It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the Washington Nationals. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant good afternoon to you, wherever you may be. Dodgers in Washington closing up things here at Dodger Stadium. Final meeting of the year, and battling for a split would be the Dodgers. Washington has won 3 of the previous 5. They've each split the first 2 games of this series. On the mound for Washington, who leads in the East by 7 games over Atlanta, they'll have Jordan Zimmermann. Interesting thing about Zimmermann, he's really a winner. If you look at his record, he's 10-5. That's not important. What really is, he's made 27 starts, and Washington has won 18 of the 27. He's also been lucky. 9 times he has left a game where he could have taken the loss, and each time the offense has gotten him off the hook, either making the game tied or actually putting Washington ahead. For the Dodgers, a youngster from the Dominican Republic, 24-year-old Carlos Frias, this will be his major league debut in a starting role. He has mopped up a couple of times. He's been in 8 games, 14 innings, nothing really much to talk about. He does throw hard. It'll be interesting to see now how he goes up against a top club in the National League East. Coming up for the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks in San Diego. Giants are playing today in Colorado. They'll have Detroit around the corner. And with that, we'll get to the ball game and a whole lot more right after this. Dodger Stadium, wrapping up a quick 3-game series with the Washington Nationals. Washington winning the first game, and of course Clayton Kershaw leading the Dodgers last night. Tonight they look to another youngster, or this afternoon. It's still a little shaky after last evening's game. In fact, one of the remarks about Carlos Frias, Don Mattingly said he's young, he didn't need sleep, and that's the reason why he's starting. Well, not really, because the long-range plan going up against Matt Williams' ball club is eventually to have the big three, meaning Kershaw, Greinke, and Ryu, ready for the Giant series, and that will be starting on the 12th of September. But meanwhile, the Dodgers have their hands full with Matt and his club. They're in first place, 7 games in front of Atlanta. They have the same number of victories, 78, and they've lost 2 fewer games than the Dodgers. Here they come. Denard Span in center field, Anthony Rendon at third base, and Jason Worth in right field. Ian Desmond, the shortstop. Bryce Harper, who's red hot of late, hit one last night. Harper will be followed by Tyler Moore at first base, Asdrubal Cabrera at second base. Jose Lobaton, he is the catcher, and Jordan Zimmerman is the pitcher. On the mound for the Dodgers, young Carlos Frias. Young man, 24 years old, out of the Dominican Republic. He started a lot in the minor leagues. He's been in 8 games in relief, a total of 14 innings for the Dodgers, and double sevens now. Will try to do what double two did last night. Carlos, who is from Nagua in the Dominican, and you may remember the note on him back on the 4th of August. He made his major league debut, and it was against the Angels, and the first batter he faced as a newcomer to the big leagues was Albert Pujols, who singled. But of course that links him to the great Clayton Kershaw, because the first batter that Clayton Kershaw ever faced, and he gave up a hit, was Albert Pujols. So they have that much in common. But now we'll look at Denard Span, who did not play last night, led off in the first game and hit 2 home runs. So the left-hand hitter Span waiting at the plate. Frias ready and delivers, flips a fastball for a strike, a nice easy 93. In looking at Span and his 2 home runs, it reminds us that they have been on a home run binge of the Washington Nationals, and especially on the road. Strike 1 pitch on the way is taken low. Washington has at least 1 home run in 14 straight road games. And with Span hitting 2 the other night, he set the tone. Span only has 4, so for him to hit 2, that was pretty much of a shock. Denard in the top of the heap, scores a lot of runs, whacks one backhanded by Gonzalez, and takes it to the bag. So Adrian Gonzalez takes an extra base hit away from Denard Span with another Gold Glove performance, backhanding, going to his right knee, and then getting up and going to the bag. And that thing was shelled. Nothing like having a great glove on the infield. So Gonzalez deprives Washington of a leadoff double, and the batter now will be the number 2 hitter, Anthony Rendon. He of the marvelous personality. That's all you hear about him. He smiles a lot. Nothing seems to faze him. Hitting .280. And with his abilities, you can understand why he smiles a lot. He takes a strike. 18 home runs, 73 runs batted in. Boy from Houston, Texas. Wound up going to Rice University. In the second spot in the lineup, you don't get many chances to drive in runs. He hits a hopper to third, and Turner throws him out. We'll take a look at the Dodgers with the leather. Gonzalez and Gordon, Ramirez and Turner, Crawford, Peterson, and Puig. Tim Fedorovich behind the plate. And for Jock Peterson, his second consecutive major league start, first appearance of pinch hitter. And then you may remember, if you were watching or listening last night, he had a little fly ball single. Meanwhile, Puig does what every outfielder has done before him. He's standing there, nothing's going on, and he's practicing his swing. The first pitch now to Jason Worth. That's inside, ball 1, 1-0. Dodgers kept Worth quiet last night, but it took a leaping backhand catch by Hanley Ramirez to make him go 0 for 3. He takes a pitch that misses, ball 2 to Endo. In game 1, Jason Worth said hello to his old team. He hit a home run in the first inning. Worth 16 home runs, 76 runs batted in. Now the next pitch to Worth misses, ball 3. One bad note for the Dodgers and Carlos Frios. The Nationals do not pity newcomers, rookie starting pitchers. 3-0 is low, ball 4. They are 10-2 against rookie starting pitchers, so Frias will be put to the test now as Ian Desmond, the shortstop, coming up. So Jason Worth walks. Remember, he's also a very good base stealer. Jason Worth is 9 for 9 in stolen bases. So 2 out, 1 on, and Ian Desmond carries a very big stick. 22 home runs, 81 runs batted in, strikes out a lot, maybe too much for limited power, if you want to call 22 home runs limited. And the first pitch in for a strike. Ian. He drew the collar last night. He had a buff night with the bat and the glove, struck out 3 times. And in game 1, he was 1 for 4, robbed of another hit by Adrian Gonzalez. Waves at a pitch, doesn't get it. 0-2 the count to Desmond, batting .249. 22 home runs, but 160 strikeouts. Desmond with Worth off the bag at first. Right-hander Frias delivers. Fastball swung on and missed, and down goes Desmond. So he is now struck out 4 times in his last 5 at-bats. No runs, no hits, a man left at first, Worth. Bottom of the first, no score. In the first inning, though, we'll take a look at Don Mattingly's card and check the names they're on. And we would start off with D. Gordon leading off at second base, Yasiel Puig in right field, Adrian Gonzalez at first, Hanley Ramirez clean up at short. Then you have Carl Crawford in left, Justin Turner spelling Juan Uribe, Jock Peterson in center. Matt Kemp's going to have the day off. Tim Fedorovich behind the plate. Carlos Frias on the mound. On the mound for Washington, the imposing figure of Jordan Zimmerman, 6'2", 215, 28 years old, out of Auburndale, Wisconsin. He was a standout football player as well as a fine baseball pitcher, and he opted for pitching. Jordan deals, and Gordon, who is 1 for 22, takes the first pitch for a strike. D last night got the base hit in the 5th inning, chopper up the middle, and that wound up being a 2-run inning for the Dodgers. Next pitch is fouled back, and they count 0-2. Couple of notes on Jordan Zimmerman. Number 1, He won 4 times in the month of August, so he would be tops in that area. When he starts, Washington wins. The team has won 18 games that he has started. The strike 2 pitch lifted foul off third, slicing away from Rondon and back into the stands, though the count stays 0-2. To get back to Jordan Zimmermann for the moment, he's also very fortunate. 9 times he walked off the field where he might be the losing pitcher, and the offense has bailed him out, either coming back to tie it up or actually get Washington in front. The next pitch is popped up, and I mean up an elevator shaft, waiting for it to come down as they catch a Lobaton, and he makes the catch for the out. Boy, was that thing up. So 1 away here in the first inning. We'll take a look at Washington defensively. They start off with Moore, Cabrera, Desmond, and Rendon, Harper, Span, and Worth, Lobaton behind the plate, and Jordan Zimmermann on the mound. Another thing you always rate about pitchers, and the numbers on Zimmermann, he is 10-5, and he's going to be working now on Yasiel Puig. Puig hitting .296, but since the 1st of August, he has really had a dose of reality, batting .210. Bunts up along third, charging Rendon, picks it up, throws, got him on a nice play. So Puig, who has 2 hits in his last 32 at bats, tries to bunt for a base hit. That doesn't work, and the next batter will be Adrian Gonzalez. It was a good bunt, Puig's speed, but Rendon made it perfectly. Bare hand pickup, off balance throw with something on it, and down goes Puig. 2 out in the first inning. Adrian Gonzalez has already distinguished himself, making a big play on that line drive hit by Denard Span. Adrian, the butter and egg man, he's been delivering all year. 19 home runs, 92 runs batted in. Zimmermann ready and delivers, missing away. Ball 1, 1-0 the count. Zimmermann works from just about the middle of the rubber, and the next pitch off the plate again, ball 2. For Jordan Zimmermann, you know how they qualify quantity pitchers by talking about quality starts, where 6 innings and 3 runs or less. Gonzalez fouling another pitch away. Well, we told you the club wins when he pitches, and one reason is he has 19 quality starts. So the 10-5 record is pretty deceptive. You're looking at a fellow last year who won 19. The 2-1 pitch on the way is high. Ball 3, 3-1 the count. So Jordan looking down to get a sign. Gonzalez waiting, hitting .286 against him. Right-handed delivers, fastball lifted in the air. Looks like a marble up there. Looking up into the bright blue is Denard Span to make the catch, and that will do it for the Dodgers in the first inning. And at the end of an inning, no score. score in the ball game. The Nationals and the Dodgers. Bryce Harper, followed by Tyler Moore and Asdrubal Cabrera. Harper, one of the bright young lights in the National League, takes a pitch for a strike. Harper, in last night's game, homered against Kershaw, and that was a headline news. Then his last time up, he struck out. Strike one pitch down at his left foot. 1 ball and 1 strike. When Bryce Harper hit the home run last night, it was the first home run, the first RBI by a left-handed batter this year against Clayton Kershaw. 1-1 pitch. Bryce takes inside, ball 2. It's also his 53rd home run, and he gets on a pretty distinguished list. Home runs hit before the age of 22. Harper waiting, and the 2-1 pitch on the way. Bryce holds up, and that's in for a strike. The youngest man to hit home runs before 22, Melvin Thomas Ott out of Gretna, Louisiana. Player, manager of the New York Giants. He hit 86 home runs before he was 22 years old. Harper hits one up the middle. Gordon behind the bag picks it up and throws, not in time. Typical of D. Gordon. Anything he can get to, he will try to get to. No matter the runner, no matter how fast he is, Gordon refuses to quit. That's just one of the many qualities in his game. Harper runs well, so you figure Gordon didn't have a chance, but he never thinks that. His throw a little high. Harper beats it out, infield single. And the batter now will be Tyler Moore. So D. Gordon showing that hustle the Dodgers have come to expect from him. And Tyler Moore checking in. Right-hand hitter, takes off the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. Tyler's from Mississippi and went to Mississippi State. 6'2", 220, 27 years old. He was drafted in the 41st round when he was in high school, but he wouldn't sign. Now the next pitch to him finds the mark, 1-1. Moore eventually signed after his first year at Meridian Community College. That would be about 2008. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tyler Moore takes an off-speed breaking ball in there nicely for a strike, and the count 1-2. A couple of years ago, Moore was named the minor league player of the year. Frias not taking anything for granted. Carlos out of his stretch, looks over at Harper and decides he best go over there, and Harper jumps back on the bag. Bryce Harper does not do much running. He is 1 for 3. Carlos set. Another look over his shoulder. Now the pitch to Moore. Ground ball, base hit into left field. So back-to-back singles here in the second inning for the Washington Nationals. And the batter now, Asdrubal Cabrera, a switch hitter batting .235. He is, numerically at least, a far better hitter left-handed, hitting .269 from this side of the plate. Just .161 the other. He has 4 home runs, 3 of them hit left-handed. So Asdrubal Cabrera checking in. 2 on, nobody out. Second inning, no score. Fedorovich going through the signs, keeping the infield in the game. Asdrubal, a 2-time All-Star, representing Cleveland in 2 All-Star games, 2011 and 12. Frias checking, very deliberate. Right-handed delivers, bunt, foul up along third, and the count 0-1. Asdrubal as the second baseman, it might come as a little surprise. He won the 2011 American League Silver Slugger Award. Cabrera hit 25 home runs. He homered against the Dodgers in Game 1. So he carries a pretty big bat. Frias has to be careful, and the strike 1 pitch swung on, and a towering foul ball out of play. back into the seats behind the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. Bright blue canopy overhead, hardly a whisper of a breeze, though fly balls could cause some havoc. 0-2 the count as Cabrera checks back in. No score, second inning. Harper at second, Moore at first, and the pitch high and inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. For Washington, they have 131 home runs. Their base stealing 83 sprinkled. Their number 1 man would be Denard Span. He runs for Matt Williams and has 27 stolen bases. Ian Desmond has 17. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way, and a bad ball off the plate, and Cabrera goes after it and comes up empty. So the Dodgers get a break as Cabrera went after a bad ball. 1 out. That's the second strikeout for Frias. And the batter now will be Jose Lobaton. First time that we've seen the young catcher. Lobaton is from Acarigua in Venezuela. 6'1", 210. He'll be 30 years old and was originally signed by the Padres back in 2002. Left-hand batter swings, fouls it back. He is another switch hitter, batting left-handed. Overall batting average for Lobaton, .232, hitting .227 left-handed. Lobaton has 2 home runs, hit both of them left-handed. Swings, drives one to right, going back on the ball as Puig makes the catch. The runner at second base, Harper, tags and just beats the throw. He would have beaten it anyway, and Turner unable to handle a short hop, but a good strong throw by Yasiel Puig. So Bryce Harper, with his good speed, just does advance. And with 2 down, Zimmerman coming up. Take another look at Puig. He let it fly, and how he loves to throw. However, it tied up Turner, and it was just a little off the bag. Though Turner, even had he caught it, Harper would have been in there anyway. So first and third, 2 down, and here is Zimmerman. Jordan, it's a ground ball to the left. Up with it is Ramirez. Quick feed to Gordon. They get the force play, and the inning is over. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. And at the end of an inning and a half, no score. Already had a highlight moment It was the ceremonial first pitch that opens up every game, but today was really special. Her name is Dorothy Finnerty. She grew up in Brooklyn, New York. She lived in Covina and Claremont, and at 100 years old threw out the first pitch. God bless her. It was thrilling, inspirational, to mention just a couple of emotions, and downright happiness. Drew Butera, who usually catches the ceremonial pitch by, a Hollywood celebrity, some famous name, but knowing Drew, I'll bet you he'll rank that one up very high with 100-year-old Dorothy Finnerty. What a charming way to begin the game. Second inning, Hanley Ramirez, then Carl Crawford and Justin Turner. Zimmerman ready, delivers, and that's sprayed foul down the line. 0-1. Hanley is 0 for his last 16. If you have Gordon 1 for 23, Puig 2 for 33, you can understand with Ramirez 0 for 16, the Dodgers struggling, scoring some runs. Jordan Zimmerman ready, and the strike one pitch that's going to go foul on a play. Hanley Ramirez getting the mask from Jose Lobaton. Let's see what happened. Hanley makes the swing, bat comes around, clunk, right on top of the helmet. So a catcher doesn't have to just worry about foul balls. The batter can also do damage. Jose okay, but you're never quite okay right away after being hit on top of the helmet. 0-2 the count to Hanley. Zimmerman delivers, ground ball off his glove, deflected over to Cabrera, whose throw to first is in time. So Ramirez goes out 1-4-3, and we have one away here in the second inning.
For the Dodgers, left fielder number 3, Carl Crawford.
Carl Crawford coming up with one out in the second inning, and look at Carl. Of active players now with more than 50 at-bats. Against Washington, he's atop the heap, hitting .439. McCutchen and Ashe, Teixeira, Cabrera, they all hit behind him. Gonzalez last night had 2 hits and a walk. The Crawford checking in. One away, no score, bottom of the second. Carl fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike. Facing big Jordan Zimmerman. Not as big as Doug Fister, who's 6'8", but Jordan at 6'2", impressive enough. Strike one, fastball is fouled off, and the count 0-2. Giant report. The amazing Buster Posey still blazing hot. He had a sacrifice fly, picked up the Giants' run. They're in the bottom of the second inning. Giants lead 1-0 against Colorado. Strike 2 pitch is swung on and missed, and down goes Crawford for the second out. First strikeout for Zimmerman, and the batter will be Justin Turner. That ball game in Denver, Justin Ryan Vogelsong and Christian Bergman. So Justin Turner, who has been so hot, hitting .369 since the early days of May, appeared as a pinch hitter last night, fly to right, 0 for 1. Turner playing third, giving Uribe the day off. Uribe last night had a big 2-run home run. Zimmerman turns on the rubber. Jordan delivers, fastball high and inside, ball 1. If you look him up, you'll see that Jordan Zimmerman is from Auburndale, Wisconsin. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, and that's going to be hit into right field, down the line, base hit. Over to get it, Jason Worth, and holding at first is Turner. So Justin Turner continues to hit and singles to right to bring up Jock Peterson. Anyway, just one note on Auburndale. You would take County Highway T through Milladore and Blanker. You'd pass dairy cattle and rows of corn and red gravel on the side of the road. The first sign, it says Auburndale, Wisconsin, population 738. And the second sign welcomes you to Auburndale, home of Major League Baseball pitcher Jordan Zimmerman. So from the small town to the big city to the nation's capital, And Zimmerman now working on Jock Peterson, who fouls the first pitch back, and the count 0-1. The Dodgers know that Jock Peterson is an outstanding defensive center fielder, the best one really in the organization. The question is, as it is before every young player coming up, will he hit enough? Well, eventually we'll find out. Puig knows what you can go through as the hitter takes it high and inside. Peterson now with the count 1-1 strike. No score, bottom of the second, 2 out. Justin Turner with a base hit. There's a mannerism now from Peterson. He does it every time he's at bat. The 1-1 pitch coming up. Zimmerman looking over at Turner, now comes back way inside, ball 2. What Peterson does, whether it's to release tension, he will arch his back, and he's been doing that ever since the other night when he first came in to pinch hit. Not really much tension right now. Second inning, a day game, small crowd, but you just saw him arch it. Yep, there he does it. 2-1 the count. Zimmerman, a high set around the letters, back with an off-speed pitch, and he drops it in for a strike. That was the nightmare pitch for Jock Peterson when he made his major league debut. Count went 3-2. He was looking for a AAA fastball, 3-2. He got a slow breaking ball at 80 miles an hour. Down he went, and he just took another one. 2-2 the count. Zimmerman ready. There goes Turner, and the pitch is fouled away. Fastball at 94. We have a minute. We can tell you that Corey Dickerson just hit a home run for the Rockies in the bottom of the second inning. So the Giants-Rockies game tied 1-1. Peterson back up. No score in the second. Turner going on the last pitch. We'll see about this one. Peterson, left-hand hitter. Good size, 6'1", about 185, 190. Takes strike 3 called, a fastball. So that's what's happened to him. He was fooled on the off-speed pitch. Now he takes the fastball. And the Dodgers get a base hit and nothing else. At the end of 2, no score. A reminder, Sunday, Dodgers and Diamondbacks at 1:10. Be one of the first 50,000 fans in attendance. Receive your own A.J. Ellis bobblehead. For tickets and more information, visit Dodgers.com/bobblehead. We're going to the third inning. No score in the ball game. Couple of notes left over from Clayton Kershaw's brilliant effort again last night. And it also shows you not only a Cy Young performance, but just how important he is and how valuable he is at once. When Clayton Kershaw starts a game, the Dodgers are 19-4. When all the other pitchers start a game 59-57. So you talk about one man carrying a ball club on his shoulders. Certainly it would be Clayton Kershaw. Another note on Clayton in between pitches to Span. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Denard takes high. Clayton is 26 years and 160 days old. That's 6 days older than Babe Ruth was when he first became baseball's all-time home run champion. No, he did not pitch against Babe Ruth. 2-0 pitch in for a strike. And one other thought, there are only 4 pitchers since 1893 who have put together 5 straight 200 strikeout seasons through the age of 26. And that's the key, his youthfulness. 2-1 pitch swung on line. Peterson has to back up. That was taken off on him, and he one-hands it for the out. So 1 away here in the 3rd inning. And the last note on Clayton, only 4 pitchers since 1893 have put together 5 straight 200 strikeout seasons through the age of 26. They are Bert Blyleven, Sam McDowell, Walter Johnson, and Clayton Kershaw. So that's where he stands before he goes to the mound another time. No score. 1 out in the 3rd. Anthony Rendon takes a strike. Third baseman grounded out. There's another good third baseman with Washington who has not played much at all, and that's Ryan Zimmerman. Anthony has replaced a good one, and he's a good one. Ryan Zimmerman, among other things, an all-star, a Gold Glover, Silver Bat Award. They're going to try and play Ryan Zimmerman, we understand, in a few days, in and out of games, trying to get him some at-bats. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Anthony holds up, ball 1. I mean, Ryan Zimmerman hit as many as 37 home runs 5 years ago, 32 home runs the year. Just 2 years ago, he hit 36. So as good as Washington is, they could even get better. And the 1-2 pitch hit in the air to right center. It's coming to Puig, the old room service fly ball. And we have 2 out in the 3rd inning, and the batter is Jason Worth. Jason Worth walked in the 1st inning. Anytime he gets aboard, he's a threat to steal. He's 9 for 9. Worth is a great base runner, not only a base stealer. He's number 1 in the league in going from 1st to 3rd on a base hit. And the first pitch way inside at his ankles, ball 1, 1-0. If he drives in runs, Washington usually wins. He has 64 RBIs to help win 64 games. He takes a strike. 1-1 the count. Jason is also excellent in picking up that runner from 3rd base with less than 2 out. He takes off the plate. 2-1 the count to Jason Worth. Good ball player, good man to have on the club. Very popular with the Dodgers. Takes another strike. Carlos Frias, 24 years old, making his first major league start. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the 35-year-old Jason Worth. 2-2 pitch on the way, hit in the air to right field, and shallow. Puig, a long way to come. It's going to drop, and Worth will hold on as soon as he sees the ball is picked up by Puig. Had it been picked up, let's say, by Gonzalez and or Gordon, Jason probably would have gone for 2, but not with Puig. So a fly ball. A trio of Dodgers. Gonzalez couldn't get there. Puig couldn't get there. Gordon wasn't even in the picture. And then you can see Puig with the ball just daring Worth to take the extra base. So a fly ball single with 2 out brings up Ian Desmond. Hit number 3 for Washington. No score in the third. Desmond struck out in the first inning. And a slider hit back to the box. Frias has it, throws him out, and that's that. No runs, 1 hit, and a man left. And at the end of 2.5 innings, no score. The Dodgers will have Tim Fedorovich, Carlos Frias, and then the leadoff man, D. Gordon. So Fedorovich just called back and chance to play again and make a start. He played AAA at Albuquerque. His last game was Sunday. He was recalled just before Monday's game. So he's been up and down 3 times with the Dodgers. Tim originally came out of the Red Sox organization. He is a fine catcher, but not that much of a hitter yet. Takes a look at a fastball away, ball 1. At Albuquerque last year, he hit .418 for a while. At Vegas, he had a little hitting streak playing for Albuquerque. He takes a look at a strike. 1-1 the count to Tim. 5'11", 205-pounder, 27 years old. Came out of the University of North Carolina. And the 1-1 pitch off the plate, ball 2, 2-1. Fedorovich, not drafted, not mentioned when he was in high school, but then once he got on the campus of North Carolina, he really grew up. 2-1 pitch is hit foul behind the plate. That'll go back into the crowd. And the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. North Carolina had 3 of the most successful seasons in the school's history, and Tim was the catcher from 06 through 08. Went to the College World Series. Fouls a pitch away, and a couple of times when needed in relief, Fedorovich, who has a great throwing arm, actually pitched in relief. He won a gold medal in the World University Games back in 2006. So those are just some of the credentials for a backup catcher. And he hits one down the right field line, slicing as she goes foul and back into the seats. With the Dodgers last year, Fedorovich hit .231. He had 4 home runs, 16 runs batted in. But it is a big jump from Albuquerque to the big leagues. Bottom of the third, no score. Fedorovich, Frias, and Gordon. Jordan Zimmerman comes back 2-2, and that's popped in the air. Another one way up the shaft. Here comes Tyler Moore, the first baseman, to put it away. Foul ball. 1 away.
Pitcher number 77.
Now Carlos Frias coming up with one out, bases empty in the third inning. Dodgers have one hit. That was Justin Turner's single to right. Washington has 3 hits and nothing to show for it. First pitch now, in for a strike to Frias. Frias had been in 8 games, and he's actually had 2 at-bats. He's 0 for 2. Doesn't get the next one, and the count 0-2. Carlos Frias from Nagua. The strike 2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, and that'll do it for Carlos. Third strikeout for Zimmerman, and the batter D. Gordon.
Number 9, D. Gordon.
D. Gordon, among other things, is the first Dodger player with at least a dozen triples and 40 or more stolen bases in a season since way back. How far back? Way back. Wee Willie Keeler in 1900. That is way back. Gordon has also had 17 3-hit games this year. Takes a look at a strike, and they count 0-1. One thing Gordon has become, and I'm not sure if that's ideal, he's a leadoff man who's become aggressive and just isn't walking. Half swing on a bad ball, 0-2 the count. The point made, he's had 3 walks in 40 games since the All-Star break. One July the 18th, he had a walk July the 22nd, and a walk on the 14th of August. That is very rare and not so good for a leadoff man as he fouls a pitch away. No balls and 2 strikes. Of course, he's also paying the price. He's not walking, and D is not hitting. Strike 2 pitch on the way. He takes inside under the elbows. 1-2 the count. Jordan Zimmerman trying to win his 11th. He is 10-5 against the Dodgers. 1-1 this year. Now the 1-2 pitch way inside. 2-2 the count. Jordan, who lives in, as we mentioned, kind of a speck on a map in the middle of Wisconsin, grew up milking cows on the grandparents' farm, taking shelter from cold winter nights in gyms, fish fries Friday night. Meanwhile, Gordon swings, comes up empty, and the drought continues. It's also the 4th strikeout for Jordan Zimmerman. So the big boy from Wisconsin walks off, and at the end of 3, no score. The all-new Chrysler 200, America's import. Gorgeous day. Temperature 76 degrees downtown. Brilliant blue sky. A haze, however, off in the distance. Can't really see much of the mountains. It'll be Harper, Moore, and Cabrera. Ball one to Bryce. Davy Johnson managed Washington, had a great career as a player, and he also managed two phenoms, one Bryce Harper and the other Dwight Gooden. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Ground foul. Bryce Harper at 19 became the youngest position player in history to win the National League Rookie of the Year, as well as the youngest player to appear in the All-Star game. The youngest pitcher to receive both honors, Doc Gooden. He was also managed by Davy Johnson. 2-1 the count to Bryce. Harper had such great ability. He was 3 years old. He was playing against 6-year-olds. By the time he was 9, he was on travel teams. Foul back. He traveled from California to Colorado to Oklahoma. His parents offering to put their son on a plane, lodge him in a hotel, pay for the meal so he could play for the various teams in tournaments. He must have played, they say, anywhere up to 130 baseball games a year for 7 years. Fouls it back. So 130 or more games in more states than he could even try to remember. Somehow, he also managed to play football, and he's a snowboarder in the wintertime. Bryce Harper. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball to the right of Gordon. Backhands it and throws him out.
First baseman, number 12,
1 out in the 4th, and Tyler Moore coming up. Tyler Moore getting a chance to play. Adam LaRose with a sore back. Kevin Franzen played first against Kershaw. Moore went to school at Mississippi State. 6'2", 220. Plays first base and the outfield and takes a strike. 0-1. Power hitter more than anything else. And the pitch up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Moore single to left field in the 2nd inning, and Fedorovich out to talk to Frias. Reputation, of course, on Tyler Moore, an awesome fastball hitter. What he's been trying to do for the last couple of years, they tell me, is kind of adopt Bryce Harper's approach with 2 strikes. 2-1 the count. In other words, letting balls get deeper towards the home plate area to better recognize the pitch with the spin. Fastball grounded to short. Ramirez throws off balance. Nice stretch by Adrian Gonzalez. 2 down in the 4th inning, and the batter will be Asdrubal Cabrera.
Batting next, second baseman, number 3, Asdrubal Cabrera.
Cabrera struck out in the 2nd inning. This the so-called rubber game, each team having won 1, and this being the final game. Plus, there is definitely a thought when these 2 teams get together that they're not going to say goodbye. They're going to say see you in October. Well, we'll see. Ball 1 to Cabrera. Cabrera is 6 foot 180. He'll be 29 the middle of November. From Puerto La Cruz, Venezuela. One ball and no strikes. Sinking fastball and misses. 2-0 the count. We mentioned it because it's so odd. The other night, he had an unassisted triple play in the 14th in Major League history. and it was back in 2008. 3-0 the count. He has always worn number 13 because that was worn by Omar Vizquel Aziguian, but he has gotten rid of 13 now, wearing 3, and pulls one down the right field line, foul, and he jumped on that thing. Cabrera 4 home runs, 3 of the 4 hit left-handed. That little necklace that he wears just peeking up out of the top of the shirt, that was made for him by his wife. Good luck charm. White beaded necklace. Asdrubal Cabrera spent a lot of time with the Indians from 07 into this year. And lifts a high fly ball to right. It's playable. Puig is there. And that'll be that. 2 ground balls and a fly ball. Frias has allowed 3 singles and nothing else. And at the end of 3.5 innings, no score. The backstage Dodgers. We follow Lakers first-round draft pick Julius Randle as he visits Dodger Stadium to throw out the first pitch. So don't miss this new episode of Backstage Dodgers tomorrow at 7 p.m. right here on Sportsnet LA. Bottom of the 4th inning, no score, no runs, 3 hits for Washington, no runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. Dodgers winning last night 4-1. Washington winning game 1 6-4. Yasiel Puig, he tried to bunt his way aboard in the first inning. Nice play by Anthony Rondon to throw him out. Puig's average now down to about 296. 0-1. Puig and Gordon, along with Ramirez. The trio really struggling right now. And for the Dodgers, they hope it's only right now. So a big 3 of the Dodger offense. And they're starving to death looking for base hits and RBIs. 1-2 the count. 94-mile-an-hour fastball that just missed. And got him inside corner. From up here, it looked like the exact same pitch. But whatever, one missed, one didn't, and Puig strikes out. So that'll be 5 strikeouts for Jordan Zimmerman. Pitch in there, tough to do. I remember, I think it was a quote from Greg Maddux. He said the toughest pitch for a right-hand pitcher is the inside corner to a right-hand batter, and you've just seen it. So is Puig. So 1 away. Now Adrian Gonzalez 0 for 1, fly to center. Breaking ball inside, ball 1. Two and 0. Fouled away. 2 balls and 1 strike. For Zimmerman, he would fulfill all the definitions of what you think of as a farm boy. He could qualify it by saying a dairy farm, but the work was certainly just as hard. 2 and 2. And that's lifted to left field, high enough to be playable. A trio of Nationals. Bryce Harper makes the catch, and we have 2 out here in the 4th. So Harper covering that area down the line. Played center field last night, and he's also played right here. So here's Hanley Ramirez, another fella struggling, 0 for 17. Two out, bottom of the 4th, no score. Carlos Frias and Jordan Zimmerman. Fastball, strike. Talking about Zimmerman growing up on a farm. He'd stack hay in the barn, he'd milk calves, climb all over the machinery. Hard work, but he loved it. 0 and 2. Zimmerman, when he was in high school, first 2 years he was a catcher. Then started pitching, and is the first to admit he had no idea what he was doing, but he certainly learned. No balls, 2 strikes. And got him. Inside corner. Down goes Hanley Ramirez. Same pitch that got Puig. 6 strikeouts now for Jordan Zimmerman. And at the end of 4, no score. brought to you by Jack in the Box. Try Jack's Spicy Chicken Club combo at Jack in the Box with fries and a drink while it lasts. Fifth inning, no score in the ball game. The Dodgers in Washington, a matchup with Jordan and Carlos. Through 4 innings, neither one has given up a thing. 3 singles given up by Frias, a base hit to Zimmerman. Strikeout, Zimmerman a half a dozen, Carlos just 2, and the pitch count just 6 pitches more for Frias. So here we go in the 5th. Jose Lobaton, the backup catcher, and ball 1. 1-0 to Jose. Little ground ball to the right side. Gordon plenty of time. Big catcher taking his time getting down the line. 1 away, and Jordan Zimmerman coming up.
Jordan Zimmerman.
Zimmerman hit into a force play in the 2nd inning. Right-hand batter. Oh, and 1. Big swing, and he comes up empty. No balls and 2 strikes to Jordan Zimmerman. Oh, and 2. And down he goes. So Zimmerman strikes out. That would be the 3rd strikeout for Frias. He's also starting to let out a little bit of a string. He's retired 6 in a row since Worth singled. Denard Span lined out. Great play by Gonzalez and fly to center. Joe's bunt takes a strike. That had Turner on the move. Denard, born in Washington, D.C., now lives in Tampa. He's been red hot over the last 38, 39 games. During that stretch, Span was hitting .361. He had 2 home runs against the Dodgers the other night. He also did that a few years ago when he was with Minnesota against Baltimore. No balls and 2 strikes to Denard Span. 1st round pick by the Twins back in '02. Fouled at the plate. Span, 30 years old. Another player born in Washington, D.C., who certainly reached a great deal of prominence, Maurice Morning Wills. Denard was an all-state wide receiver in high school, as well as a solid baseball player. Ground ball at the other end of it is G. Gordon. So another nice inning. That's 7 in a row retired by Carlos Frias. And we have 4.5 innings in the books. No score. Washington and the Dodgers. Don't forget, after the game with the Diamondbacks at 7:10, you can enjoy a classic rock-themed Friday night fireworks show. That'll be presented by Denny's. So for tickets and more information, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. Well, the Dodgers playing Washington today. The Giants are playing Colorado. That's still 1-1. Dodgers then will play Arizona. The Giants will play Detroit. Then the Dodgers will be playing San Diego, and the Giants will be playing the Diamondbacks. And then the collision on the 12th of September. Friday night, AT&T Park. Giants Rockies, they're in the bottom of the 4th inning, 1-1. Carlos Frias has certainly done a good job, and that's going to be hit on a hop to short. Crawford hustling down the line, but Desmond takes care of him. Oh, one away, and Justin Turner coming up. Frias through 5 innings has gotten 8 ground balls. He has not really been in any jam. He did have back-to-back hits in the 2nd inning and then retired the side. Crawford, in his 2nd at-bat, grounded out. But it's important to understand the way Crawford hits. His first at-bat against a starter, he's hitting .219. His second up, .250, and that's what he just did, grounded out. His 3rd time up, however, Crawford against the pitcher is hitting .442. So we'll wait and see when Carl checks in. 1 ball and no strikes to Justin Turner. That's a strike. Turner, as he does so often, base hit to right field. Down in the Dodger bullpen, hard-throwing Pedro Baez begins to warm up. Frias, having started in Albuquerque, making his first major league start today, and he's done well. No runs, 3 hits, 5 innings. Talking about doing well, certainly Justin Turner is facing a pitcher who does well. Jordan Zimmerman, in the 2nd half of the season, has now struck out 53 and walked 5 since the 2nd half. Fastball got him, and that's strikeout number 7. So Jordan Zimmerman, far from the farm. Dodger hitters grumbling a great deal with Paul Schreiber. Paul has been a big league umpire, for 17 years. Born in Oregon, went to Portland State. His father was a AAA umpire. So Paul calling balls and strikes, and he's been doing it a long time. 2 out. Jock Peterson struck out. Looks at an off-speed pitch that just stays inside. Struck out looking at a fastball. So he is going to school here in the big leagues. Another off-speed pitch, 79. 1-1 the count. For the game the other night, Bryce Harper asked to meet Jock Peterson. I'm sure Jock could learn a little bit from Bryce about what it's like to come up to the big leagues with a great deal of hoopla. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jock Peterson. 22 years old, 6'1", about 190, from Palo Alto. Showed him the fastball at 95, and they count 2-2. Jock's dad, Stu, drafted by the Dodgers in 1981. So he's a chip off the old block. That's ball 3. His father made his debut in the 14th inning of a game the Dodgers lost to the Mets. 4-3, but 1981, a championship year. His dad grounded out, appeared in 8 games. That was it. 8-game major league career. And ball 4. So the crowd a little happy to see a Dodger base runner. The last one was Turner in the 2nd inning. And now with 2 out in the 5th, Peterson gets the walk, and here's Fedorovich. Fedorovich fouled out in the 3rd inning, 0 for 1. Nine in a row had been retired by Zimmerman. So Peterson at first, Fedorovich waiting at the plate. Jock stole 30 bases, so his reputation precedes him. And runners just do not run much or even try to run. There have been 6 attempts to run against Jordan Zimmerman. 3 have been caught. So break even. The last stolen base against Zimmerman was May the 23rd. And after that, there's been only 1 unsuccessful try since. Peterson doesn't know Jordan Zimmerman. Foul back, 0-1. So it'd be pretty hard for him to get a jump on a veteran right-hander who's tough anyway. Zimmerman is pitching very well. And what that means is when he pitches very well in his 10 wins, his earned run average is 1.4. 1-1 the count. And popped in the air, foul, no play, except in the stands. And the ball bounced, and a young man caught it with his cap. The old hat trick. 1-2 the count to Fedorovich. No score in the ball game. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Big boys come up in the 6th for Washington. Rendon, Worth, and Desmond. Throw to first. Peterson, quick back. One and two. Check swing, pushed out in front of the plate, and call strike, bum check. Alfonso Marquez rings up Fedorovich. So no runs, no hits, 8 strikeouts now for Jordan Zimmerman. And at the end of 5, no score. Steve Garvey had been out of the lineup with the flu for a couple of days, started the next day, and on this day it began 1,207 consecutive games. It wasn't until 1983 that he hurt his thumb on a tag play at home plate, and the streak ended. 1,207. Long way from over 2,600 consecutive games by Cal Ripken Jr., but nevertheless, a long, tough streak it was indeed. Let's go back to this one. Well, there's our bonus baby taking in the ball game. His streak has just begun. Yeah. Left-handed, obviously. And looking for a fly ball. Meanwhile, sixth inning, no score. Anthony Rendon, fly ball. Puig, a little bit of a late start. He was fighting the sun and makes the catch. So Rendon hits one up into that wild blue yonder.
Right fielder, Jason Worth.
And the batter, Jason Worth. Jason Worth walked and singled to right. Worth, a power hitter, has 16. He has 2 home runs in his career against Clayton Kershaw. No runs, 3 hits for Washington. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. Single to right by Justin Turner. Zimmerman has been magnificent, striking out 8 and walking only 1. The ever-present Jamie Wright is now up in the Dodger bullpen. Pedro Baez stopped throwing. Frias making his 72nd pitch. Chopper to short. Hanley sets. Throws him out. So a very impressive 5 2/3 innings turned in by Carlos Frias. He gave up a base hit to Worth in the 3rd inning, and he's now retired 9 in a row. And the batter, Ian Desmond, struck out and hit back to the box. That's a strike to Ian. Desmond 0 for 2. Struck out 3 times last night. And another strike. Desmond is 1 for 10 in the series. Good fastball to move him off the plate. 1-2 the count. Frias is about 6'4" and maybe weighs 175 pounds. He's made 75 pitches, and that runs the count 2-2. On deck, Bryce Harper. So Mattingly has to be very content, more than that, very happy with the way Frias has pitched. Breeze is picking up, blowing left to right. And down goes Desmond, going after a pitch almost over his head. So he struck out 5 times in the last 2 games. Frias, a great 6 innings, striking out 4. And at the end of 5.5 innings, no score. Well, coming up will be the Arizona Diamondbacks. Dodgers then play San Diego, and they are looking for a successful stretch of 6 games. Collectively, the Dodgers are 22-10 against Arizona and San Diego. Meanwhile, Darwin Barney will come up and bat for Carlos Frias, and boy, he was congratulated, got hugs from all of them, including a very, very long, affectionate hug from countryman Hanley Ramirez. Splashed a little water on him. The kid was great. He wears number 77. He ought to remember that. That was the number of pitches he made in 6 innings. So now Darwin Barney facing Jordan Zimmerman, and 1 ball and no strikes. Barney hitting .230, second baseman, 2 home runs, 20 RBIs. 1 ball, now 2. Zimmerman has been magnificent, 8 strikeouts and 1 walk. Remember that note we gave you earlier? When he pitches well, he really pitches well. And he's averaging now, since the second half, almost 10 strikeouts for any walk that he might give up. The 3-0 pitch is ball 4. So Barney gets the walk, and the batter will be D. Gordon. Boyd Robertson reminds me that the number 77, worn by Carlos Frias, worn in great distinction by one of the finest outfielders and hitters in the National League, Ducky Joe Medwick, and way back, long before he managed the Dodgers back in 1940, Charlie Dressen wore number 77. So it's in good hands with Carlos Frias. Gordon has popped up, struck out, 0-for-2. Shows bunt high in the air over the backstop screen and back row into the lower deck. Peterson was aboard in the 5th inning on a walk, and the only other Dodger runner, as J.P. Howell warms up, Justin Turner, singled in the 2nd inning. 0-1 the count to Gordon, and they're going to keep an eye on Darwin Barney as well. Remember, we told you they don't run on Big Zimmerman. No one's tried since the 23rd of May. 0-1. Gordon fouls the next bunt off. The D has to be thoroughly frustrated right now. Things that he knows he can do well, he's not been able to do. The Giants are leading Colorado 2-1 in the 5th inning. Guess who? Buster Posey singles in the go-ahead run with 2 outs in the 5th inning. He's amazing. 1-2 the count to D. Gordon. Well pitched game waiting on deck. Yasiel Puig, Zimmerman, and Frias, and they're locked in. No score, 6th inning. 1-2 the count to Gordon. Zimmerman came in 10-5, 4-0 in the month of August. In the daytime, his earned run average 1.9, and he hasn't allowed anything today. And going to be a soft line drive, the throw to first, double play. So Gordon unable to get the bunt down, and then hits a soft line drive for a double play. So the frustrations continue. Little easy drive right to Cabrera. So 4-3 on the DP, and here's Puig. No chance for Barney to recover. Nice play by Cabrera. A very disappointed Gordon walking to the far end of the dugout in total silence, and leaves the dugout. Shot up the middle by Puig into center field, and of course that really rubbed salt into Gordon's wound. Gordon couldn't get the bunt down, couldn't advance Barney, and now Puig comes up with a base hit. Good, clean, hard single right by the heels of Jordan and on out into center. So the Dodgers now with their second hit. And here's Adrian Gonzalez. Fly to center, fly to left, hitting .278. With 2 out, Puig at first base. He has the speed, but not that much knowledge. He has stolen 8, but he's been caught 7. No runs, 3 hits for Washington, no runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers in the 6th. And a strike, 0-1. Adrian stays pretty far off the plate and then strides into the pitch. That right foot more towards first base, so he's really opened up. 0-1. 1-1. Opening up like that means you're seeing the pitch with 2 eyes. Closed stance, if you're left-handed, you'd be looking at the pitch with the right eye. But when you're opened up, you have a good free swing. Take the ball away the other way, and he does that so well. Turn and pull on the pitch inside, and he's 19 home runs. Jordan Zimmerman, and talking about home runs, he has allowed 11 this year. Puig, very cautious lead right now, and they're going to make it cautious. Great game. Kid from Cuba at first. Big kid from a cattle ranch in Wisconsin. One ball and 1 strike. Puig bluffing and bluffing. 1-2. Slow breaking ball. Barney hit for a free us and walk. Gordon couldn't bunt. Soft line drive into a double play. So Puig over there with 2 out. 1-2 to Adrian Gonzalez. Fouls that off-speed pitch away. Just did. 1-2. Jordan Zimmerman has been a pro since 2007 and pitching for the Nationals since 2010. Gonzalez has been battling big league pitching since 2005. 1-2. Puig backs up a step, so he's not sure at all. And that's going to be a little fly ball. Going out is Cabrera, and that'll be that. So Gonzalez pops it up. The big play, the inability of Gordon to get the bunt down. No runs, a hit, a man left, and at the end of 6, no score. The seventh inning, a marvelous 6 innings turned by the rookie Carlos Frias in his first major league start. He had been in 8 games in relief, and right at the get-go when he struck out Ian Desmond, he showed he was out there for keeps. And a great job he had. No runs, 3 hits, 1 walk, struck out 4. The only trouble at all, 2 hits in the second inning, and then he retired the side in order. So J.P. Howell inherits a very tough ball game, no score, and he'll be facing Bryce Harper, Tyler Moore, and Asdrubal Cabrera. Well, the Dodgers get some good news out of Denver. Nolan Arenado, the great third baseman, just hit a 3-run home run, and the Rockies then had the next batter, Corey Dickerson, hit his 2nd home run of the day, and Colorado leads the Giants 5-2, bottom of the 5th inning. Harper flicks the bat at the bunt. He singled and grounded out. Bryce 1 for 2. Oh, and 2. Hard to believe with all the things that Harper has done. He's not 22 until the middle of October. And he's been playing since 2012 in the big leagues. Remember, he was 19 when he started. Check swing. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Bryce. It's a great name. Bryce Harper, 6'3", 225. Strong throwing arm, can play all 3 outfield positions. Has hit as many as 22 home runs. This year he has 11. He had a bad thumb, though he's only been in 79 games. Breaking ball missed. 2-2. So close, yet so far. Nice story about Harper. He was 12 years old playing in a tournament in Alabama, and the fences were 250 feet away from home plate. He hits a fly ball to left, backtracking as Crawford makes a catch. And when the game's over, his mom couldn't go to the game, so he called home after the game, and his mom said, "How'd you do?" He said, "I did all right." And then later, one of the coaches called his mom, and the coach said, "Did he say anything to you?" She said, "No, not really." The coach said, "Well, he went 12 for 12 with 11 home runs and a double." And he never said a word about it. Bryce Harper. Here's Tyler Moore, single to left, grounded to short. And a strike. Moore, right-hand batter, power hitter, especially a fastball, so they say. In the 16 starts that he's made, Washington's won 10 of them. 1-2. Big follow-up by Howell on that pitch. Hitting behind Tyler Moore, Asdrubal Cabrera. 3 hits for Washington today. Harper and Moore in the second, Worth in the third, and that's it. Drew Storen now gets up in the Washington bullpen. 2 balls, 2 strikes, they count. There he is. No score. 7th inning, 1 out. 11 in a row retired. Howell picking up from Rojas. And down he goes. So Tyler Moore strikes out. First strikeout for Howell. 5 strikeouts. Frias had 4. Uh-oh. He's taking a good lead. He might get the jump. Yep. He's been picked off. Oh. There's a double play combination there. Didn't see that. Oh, all right. Me, Tarzan. You, Jane. You got it going now, son. Just keep going. Here's Cabrera. Struck out, flied to right, 0 for 2. Dodgers get a big lift today from Carlos Frias. 0-1 to Cabrera. Carlos went 6 innings, no runs, 3 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. Great 6 innings. Now Howell picking it up. And meanwhile, talking about great, Jordan Zimmerman threw 6. Has allowed 2 hits, no runs, struck out 8. Pedro Baez is up for the 2nd time in the Dodger bullpen. The bunt attempt is missed. 0-2 to Cabrera. So there's Baez. So you got Frias, who throws pretty hard. You get Howell, tricky stuff from the left-hander, and then you come back with a hard-throwing right-hander. Anything to mix up the hitters. And stroke to center, 0-2, and it's going to be in front of Peterson. So of course for J.P. Howell, he could dig a hole and put his hat in it at least. A no ball, 2 strike single, and that'll bring up the catcher, Jose Lobaton. You can watch 0-2. You make a bad pitch and you go, oh, I should be shot. Hit number 4 for Washington. Here's Lobaton, big Venezuelan switch hitter, turning around about right-handed now. Numbers say he's a little better hitter right-handed. 245 from this side of the plate. He has 2 home runs, however, and both home runs were hit left-handed. Lobaton originally signed by the Padres back in 2002. You don't see or hear much of players being married on the field. They used to do that quite a bit. Scott Hairston comes out on deck. Lobaton, back in July of 2012, and his bride Nina, they were married at 10 a.m. at home plate at Tropicana Field. Also there, first baseman Carlos Pena, the best man, and his wife, along with Dominguez's mother. Married at home plate. I remember one year in the minor leagues, the Dodgers had a several number of players getting married at home plate, and the team, the other players, held bats. So the parade of the groom and the bride underneath the baseball bats, and then the marriage ceremony, that must have been something to see. That's in the dirt. Nice save by Fedorovich. Oh, and 2 the count. One thing about Lobaton, there was only hiccup during the ceremony. He didn't have any vows prepared when he put the ring on her finger. You know, IV wed and all that. Bouncer up the middle. Gordon backhands, gets it to Ramirez. Wonderful play by D. Couldn't get much on the throw, but it was there ahead of Cabrera's arrival. There's the backhand, off balance flip in time. No run to hit, a man left. Bottom of the 7th, no score. by Subway. Get a great deal on this month's $6 foot-long special, the Italian BMT, or the $3 6-inch Select, the Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki. Subway, eat fresh. And by your Southern California Mazda dealers. No score, bottom of the 7th inning. Dodgers getting a big lift from Carlos Frias, who went 6. The last Dodger to pitch at least 6 scoreless innings in his first major league start before Frias was Hung Chin Kuo against the Mets back in 2006. Meanwhile, it'll be Ramirez, Crawford, and Turner in the 7th inning. Ramirez hit up the middle and was thrown out. Ball deflected off Jordan Zimmerman's glove, and as Rubel threw him out. Last time up, Hanley was called out. 0-1. By the way, when you look at the standings, you might be surprised because Milwaukee has been up on top for so long, and all of a sudden the Cardinals are now leading Milwaukee by 2 games. Fouled away. Peter Borges drove home a winner in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1-0 Cardinals over the Pirates. That gave the Cardinals their 5th straight win. The Brewers are now 2.5 back, and the Brewers have lost 7 straight. The Pirates are 5 back. They've lost 4 straight. So changes in the National League Central. Meanwhile, drive into the gap in left center, and a great running catch in center field by Denard Span. What a fine play, running parallel to the wall as hard as he could on the warning track. Take another look. Hanley hit it far, not far enough, and there's the speedster Denard to pick it off. Wow, great play. So Ramirez in a slump, losing an extra base hit, and we have 1 out, 7th inning. Remember the note we gave you earlier about Crawford? First time up against the pitcher, 219, second time 250, third time 442, and he lifts one into shallow right field. He's going to have a base hit, and he's going to go for 2. It's picked up by Worth, and the throw is wide of the mark. Crawford has a head-first double, and he has lived up to the number. We'll repeat that. His first at-bat against the starting pitcher, hitting 219. His second at-bat against a starting pitcher, he's hitting 250. But his third at-bat, he was hitting 442, and he has a pop fly double. So 3 is the magic for number 3. Carl Crawford beating the throw by Jason Worth. No score. Dodgers have a runner at second base after Ramirez was robbed. And here's Turner. Foul back. Baseball is a maddening game when you're playing it. I mean, just think, Ramirez rips one into the gap in left center. Denard Span makes a great one-hand catch on the dead run. And then Crawford comes up and hits a flare into right field and beats Worth's throw, and he's at second base. Brian Wilson is now throwing in the Dodger bullpen. 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Turner has been an absolute terror with runners in scoring position this year, hitting .404. Washington bullpen gets busy. The left-hander Matt Thornton joining the right-hander Drew Storen. As Zimmerman has a runner at second and 1 out. One and 2. Turner looked like that was a pull swing. Justin is a better hitter when he doesn't just stand up there and try to pull everything. And a lot of his base hits go to right field. That's when he's really been effective. Dodgers with their first runner at second base. No score. Time. No pitch. No pitch. Jordan Zimmerman. Matt Williams a little edgy on that call. Washington will go home and they'll play Philadelphia and Atlanta. Dodgers waiting for Arizona and San Diego. One and two to Justin. Now he's tired of waiting. 90 pitches made by Jordan Zimmerman in the 7th inning with 1 out, and what an out it was. Breeze has picked up, now blowing from right to left. Did it hit him? He's showing that it hit him. He's not going to get it. Now Don Mattingly's going to come out. Say, I thought that pitch hit him. No, Paul Schreiber, the plate umpire. And the thumbs are up, I believe. Yep. So they're going to review it. There was a famous call years ago in the World Series involving the Cardinals. They had a first baseman named Nippy Jones, Vernal Nippy Jones, and he was hit on the foot by a pitch. The umpire didn't give it. It was a big meeting, and they said check the ball. And when they checked the ball, they saw shoe polish on it, and they gave Nippy first base. I don't know what Justin Turner can show except his arm. Very tough call. Waiting on deck, Jock Peterson. The one man who could see it, let's face it, was the plate umpire. So the Dodgers with a runner at second, 1 out, and the jury is out on whether Justin Turner, who maintained he was hit by the pitch, and they're checking in New York. My, how this game has changed. Not only do we use instant replay every day, but we have to go to New York. Take another look. It's really hard to determine. I could not tell that in a million years. As we said, as he turned, it looked like the only man who could see the flight of the ball was Paul Schreiber. But the magic of New York, here is the verdict, and it is 2-2, meaning it did not hit him.
After review, the call on the field stands. And not hit by pitch.
So Justin Turner, who claimed he was hit, will now have to come back and try it again. 2-2 the count. Colorado leading the Giants 6-2 now in the bottom of the 6th. And the Dodgers trying to get Crawford home from second base. Still 2-2. Michael McHenry hit a home run for Colorado. Their 4th home run today against Ryan Vogelsong. Though Colorado leading 6-2. Good news for the Dodgers, but they have their hands full here. No score, bottom of the 7th. Crawford at second base with 1 out. Cabrera near the bag at second base. 3-2. Jock Peterson, who has struck out and walked, on deck. Zimmerman has walked Peterson and pinch hitter Barney. 3-2. And a high fly ball to dead center. Back goes Span to the track at the wall. Gone. Yes, he was not hit by the pitch. Justin Turner hits his 5th home run of the year. Ironically, after claiming he was hit by the pitch. So the next pitch he hits it. And the Dodgers do the dance. The bubbles are flying. And the Dodgers lead 2-0. Turner and Gonzalez. So Jordan Zimmerman, who pitched so well, was saved on a long, great running catch by Denard Span. Then there was the double by Crawford, and then the home run by Turner. So Jordan comes out. The Dodgers are joyous, and we'll be right back. The pitch that was overruled, so then he hit the pitch, and it goes over the center field fence. His 5th home run of the year with a man aboard. It was his first home run since the 21st. He clears center field, and the Dodgers rejoice, leading 2-0. So Jordan Zimmerman goes out, and the big left-hander Matt Thornton comes in. Thornton is 6'6" and working on young Jock Peterson, who tries to bunt, and the pitch high and inside, and I assume he fouled that back. Maybe he went to the backstop. Take another look. Don't think he touched it. I'm not sure whether that's strike one or ball one. Anyway, we'll wait and see. So we think it's now 2-0. Peterson struck out and walked. Pulls one foul. 2-1 to count. Matt from Centerville, Michigan, went to Grand Valley State University. He was planning on being a biology and PE teacher and maybe coaching basketball and baseball. but he turned out to be a first-round pick by the Mariners. 2-1. Foul back. For Jordan Zimmerman, he went 6 1/3. He allowed 2 runs, and he made 94 pitches. And meanwhile, Justin Turner had himself a great at-bat. That's strike 3 call, so down goes Peterson. 2 down in the inning. Thornton picks up the K. 9 Dodgers struck out so far today. And Tim Fedorovich coming up to face Matt Thornton. Fedorovich has fouled out and struck out. Matt Kemp comes out on deck to bat for Howell. 2-0 Dodgers, bottom of the 7th. Thornton at 6'6" toyed with the idea of playing basketball in Europe. He wasn't averaging big numbers as a basketball player. Though he gave up the idea. That's a strike. 0-2. And down goes Fedorovich. So Thornton makes it look easy. Strikes out Peterson and Fedorovich. But the pitch of the day so far, the pitch to Justin Turner. It clears the center field wall over the head of Denard Span. It scores Crawford ahead of him. And we're heading for the 8th. 2-0 Dodgers. Two-time Cy Young Award winner Clayton Kershaw threw the first no-hitter of his career, and to honor that achievement, there'll be a commemorative pin giveaway to the first 40,000 fans when they open a 3-game set with the Giants Monday, September 22nd. Compliments of 76. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. Justin Turner, the man of the moment, the 2-run home run. After the discussion about whether he had been hit by the pitch or not, Howell goes to the mound. Scott Hairston has been announced, and now Mattingly is going to take the ball from Howell. And we'll see what happens to Scott Hairston, right-hand batter. They have Nate Schierholtz, a left-hander, and let's see if Nate will be batting. Apparently so. So we'll be right back. they have to switch their pinch hitters. So now the left-hand batting Nate Shearholz bats for Scott Hairston. And Brian Wilson becomes the third Dodger pitcher. Nate Shearholz, who has bounced around a bit and now surfacing with Washington, batting 188, 2 for 23 as a pinch hitter. Off speed for a strike, 0-1. Nate, originally signed by the Giants, lives in San Francisco. He was born in Reno, Nevada. 30 years old. 0-2 the count. Shearholz started the year with the Cubs after spending his entire career in the Giant organization until he went to Philadelphia and then Chicago. 0-2 to Nate. Change missing, 1-2 the count. So Shearholz, when you think about it, gets a good break, going from the Cubs to a first division team. Cubs, by the way, were 12.5 back of the Cardinals. 1-2 to Nate Shearholz. And down he goes, foul tip. So with all of the maneuvering, the Dodgers have Brian Wilson strike out Shearholz. Breaking ball. 1 out, and the batter Denard Span. Span 0 for 3, lined one, robbed of a hit by Adrian Gonzalez, fly to center, grounded out, made a great running catch of the ball hit by Hanley Ramirez, and then wound up pressed up against the center field wall, watching Turner's home run clear everything and go out. All in a span of a few innings. Yes, pun intended. Strike, 0-1. Denard Span hitting .286, 4 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Tried to time it a little late. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Brandon Lee and Kenley Jansen. Dodgers lead 2-0, a 2-run home run by Justin Turner after he had claimed he had been hit by a pitch. They checked New York, they overruled his claim, so then he hit a home run. Nice story. One and two the count. Brian has to be very careful. 2 years ago, when Span was with Minnesota, he hit 38 home runs. So he carries a big stick. One ball and 2 strikes. Boy, look where Fedorovich sat and where that pitch wound up. It was perfect, but Span would not offer. Take a look. He's in there, and the pitch right in there, but low by the time it crossed the plate. See what Fedorovich does now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. You going to get back in there again? No, he's going outside now. And another spot to the mitt. So what it shows is not Wilson being wild or anything like that. He's following his catcher, and Denard Span is just showing a great knowledge of the strike zone. So 3-2 the count. On deck, Anthony Rendon, who has a lot of power. Now where you going, Tim? Almost set down the middle. And he missed that one. So with one out, and in watching that, you say, well, he walked him, but then you realize he really was just about where the catcher wanted until the last pitch. That one missed by a bit. And so the duel continues. And now Anthony Rendon. Meanwhile, Paul Schreiber doesn't shift. He stays. He's got his strike zone. Brian Wilson and Anthony Rendon. Rendon 0 for 1. That's all. Struck out. Doesn't mean anything. 2-0 Dodgers. Top of the 8th. 1 out. Rendon with 18 home runs, representing the tying run. And a strike. Since you have the thought, I'm sure, a power hitter representing the tying run, Brian Wilson has allowed 4 home runs in 41 innings. 0-1. Fastball fouled away. So he has Rendon 0-2. Anthony doing a very good job, minus Ryan Zimmerman, who's been out for quite a while. They're certainly happy with Rendon, but they'd be just as happy or happier if they had Ryan healthy. Span taking a pretty good lead. Remember, he has stolen 27 out of 32. And he's not afraid to take a pretty good lead right away. Fouled away, still 0-2. So Anthony Rendon, who came up just last year, now playing every day in the absence of Ryan Zimmerman. Rendon, quite an athlete at Rice University and at Lamar High School in Houston. He was playing organized baseball by the time he was 5. Also a star basketball player and a track athlete. Talking about track, we'll watch Span. Not going. 1-2 to count to Anthony. Only 24 years old. He got the Baseball America's College Player of the Year as an underclassman, joining the few others, Robin Ventura, John Olerud, Mark Teixeira, to have that honor. 1-2. Another foul ball. Anthony, an even 6-footer, about 200 pounds. Played his first major league game in April last year and promptly went 0 for 4. And Matt Williams looking for something big to happen. Rendon is tremendously strong. Foul back. We say he's strong because he can deadlift 505 pounds on a trap bar for 7 repetitions. 505 7 times. Try that one. They checked his body fat in spring training. It was 8.5%. And they have a drill that he would take. They would toss a ball that had knobs on it, so the ball would bounce unpredictably, erratically. He would catch it with his left hand. And to mimic playing the creeping shadows of an afternoon game, they would do it with an open door to let some sunlight into the gym, just to complicate matters. Different way to learn to play ground balls, huh? 1-2. In the dirt. Nice save by Fedorovich. 2-2 the count. So Brian Wilson has followed Frias, who pitched a great 6. No runs, just 3 hits. J.P. Howell gave up a base hit, but nothing. All what perturbed him, it was a no ball 2-strike count. And now Wilson, 2-2. And another foul ball. When Rendon, who's from Houston, went with his club to play the Astros at Minute Maid Park, he probably left, in his estimation, at least 200 tickets. He had his father coordinate all of it. Friends, family, people from work. He said the count got pretty high. So is the pitch count. This will be the 9th pitch. 2-2. Just missed. 3-2 the count to Anthony Rendon. He has struck out 88 and he has walked 46, and that thing almost got it. So Wilson is not wild, even though he walks Span. That's a big league strike zone up there. Brian kind of thinking things over, walking around. Rendon waiting. Dodgers lead 2-0. On deck is a one-man wrecking crew. Jason Worth. Throw so close. So Denard Span has been taking liberties over there. Big lead. But again, remember, he's stolen 27 out of 32. Very close. Tag on the elbow. So Wilson taking a little walk. The Dodgers are checking to see if they want to review it. And it doesn't look like they're going to go out. That's why they're walking around like in a daze. They're actually just waiting for confirmation on the phone call, kind of waiting for the manager to come out. The manager's not going to come out, so they'll have to go back to work. And Jason Worth waiting on deck. Three and two. We'll watch Span. So will Wilson. He doesn't go. And Rendon strikes out. So a 9-pitch battle, and Brian Wilson wins it. 2 strikeouts for Brian. And now Jason Worth. Worth against Wilson is 2 for 4. And now Don Mattingly comes out. And will he bring in Kenley Jansen for 4 outs? That's what it looks like. The only one down there to call in. Yep. So Kenley will be called in to face Jason Worth. We'll give you one thing to think about. Kenley Jansen versus Mr. Worth. Worth is 0 for 3. We'll be right back. Ellis will take over as the catcher, and he will bat ninth. Kenley Jansen will come in and bat eighth in Tim Fedorovic's spot. And one of those rare games where the Dodgers want Jansen to get 4 outs. Last night, Kenley made 15 pitches in the 9th inning, and after an error at Rojas' spot, he then struck out the side. So we'll see what he does now against Jason Worth. Worth today is walked, singled, and grounded to short. Big numbers, 287, 16 home runs, 76 runs batted in. The Worth representing the tying run, and Jansen trying to get him. So the battle is squared up right here. Wilson, by the way, made 20 pitches, 10 of them to Anthony Rendon. Oh, and 1 to Jason Worth. This is the 4th time this year that the Dodgers have asked Jansen to get 4 outs. May in Cincinnati, July in Atlanta, August in Atlanta. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. In his career, Kenley has 7 4-out saves. Jason Worth, very much of a money player, came into the game hitting .286, now hitting .287, and of course they also have to watch Denard Span. Not gone. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jason. Shearholtz opened up the inning and struck out. Denard Span walked. Rendon struck out on 10 pitches. And here's Worth. Worth has put up great numbers May, July, and August. Hit .310 in August, .337 in July, .372 in May. And with runners in scoring position for the last 3 years, he's averaged a .345 batting average. 3-1. And a strike. So it comes down to the last pitch here. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Denard Span will be going. Adrian Gonzalez deep and guarding the line. Big pitch. Ian Desmond on deck. There goes Span, and it's ball 4, so the tying runs are out there. So 2 walks. Washington in business, and here is Desmond, who is 0 for 3, struck out twice. 0 for 4 last night, struck out 3 times, and had 1 hit in 4 at bats in the first game. 22 home runs, 81 runs batted in. Span and Worth both run very well. Span with 27 stolen bases. Worth is 9 for 9. Big at bat here. And a strike. Hitting behind Desmond is Bryce Harper. Desmond 0 for 4 in the past against Jansen. Harper, no record, walked once. And a fly ball to shallow center, but Peterson is there. All set to fire it back in, but that was the 3rd out. So Jansen gets the big outs. No runs, no hits, 2 left. And at the end of 7.5, 2-0 Dodgers. 2-0 Dodgers. Be sure to follow every Dodger game through season's end with MLB.com at bat. That's the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone or tablet. Get live look-ins, replay reviews. You get scores, stats, live radio broadcasts. You get the MLB TV game of the day and more. Download At Bat on the App Store or visit Dodgers.com/mobile today. Matt Williams goes to his bullpen for the 3rd time, and Drew Storen coming in. Drew, who went to Stanford University, majoring in mechanical engineering. He hasn't finished his degree yet, but he promises that he will. He went to Brownsburg High, and his teammate was Lance Lynn, now with the Cardinals. So Drew facing the Dodgers' A.J. Ellis, and then it'll be Gordon and Puig. They're in the top of the 8th inning in Denver, and the Rockies lead the Giants 9-2. They have really roughed up Ryan Vogelsong. And ball 1. Vogelsong gave up 8 runs, 4 home runs. Ryan's ERA at Coors Field is 7.9, having allowed 10 home runs in 30 innings. That's not a ballpark. That's a slaughterhouse for Ryan Vogelsong. High pop foul behind the plate. Lobaton stays with it, and A.J. Ellis fouls out. 1 away. Tough play with that bright sky, but Lobaton stayed with it. Now D. Gordon coming up. Popped up, struck out, hit into a double play when he couldn't bunt. Made a couple of nice plays defensively. One out in the 8th. Dodgers lead 2-0. And that's going to be stroked into right center for a base hit. Jason Worth is up with it. Gordon a big turn, and he'll hold on. So for Gordon now, trying to put a little heat on Drew Storen with that 1-out single, and the batter will be Yasiel Puig. For the Dodgers, their 5th hit. The big hit, of course, the home run by Justin Turner with a man aboard in the 7th inning. Puig tried to bunt and was thrown out by Rendon, struck out in the 4th, and singled to center in the 6th, hitting .296. Gordon with 58 stolen bases, so Storen's going to keep an eye on him for sure. And there goes Gordon. The pitch low, the throw on a bounce way too late. So Gordon steals his 59th base. The paid attendance today on this Wednesday afternoon game at noon, watching Gordon steal on a bounce throw to second, 38,404. So Lobaton, not much of a throw, not to get a guy like Gordon, and there'll be a little meeting, and Matt Williams now is going to come out, and let's see, does Matt have an idea to review that play? Talking now to the second base umpire, Mark Rippiger, and he is going to ask for a review. Now Matt was right last night once on a very close play involving D. Gordon at first base. So let's see now if he's right on a play involving Gordon at second base. Goes into the bag. He's on the bag. And that's the argument. Was the foot on the bag or not? Well, it's going to be awfully close. Looked like a routine steal. but not anymore. There's nothing routine with the cameras that we have today. So they lodge the official review and have to wait and see. We'll repeat the paid attendance today, 38,404. 38,000 today gets the Dodgers over 3,200,000. And the review continues. There, as you can see, the foot is definitely inches off the bag. The glove is right on the back of his right knee and now in the front of the knee. So from that picture, you'd say Matt Williams is going to win the review. Tell you what, we're using cameras. Matt Williams is in the dugout and he's calling that. That's remarkable, isn't it? Then again, Matt, blessed with great eyes, he was a marvelous hitter. But even so, I mean, we're showing you that split-second shot of a foot maybe an inch off the bag. And Matt's in the dugout challenging it, and they're going to have trouble coming up with the answer to the challenge. The play that involved Gordon at first was a tag on the heel of his glove. First he has to challenge after they look at the video, and there it is. That's how close. Remember, they always go on the phone and say, should we, shouldn't we? So they do see some video, but Matt didn't take long to say, take a look at that one. And look how long they're taking to decide. While we're waiting for a decision, we can tell you in that giant soon-to-be loss in Colorado, a rather bad note for the Giants. It looks like they'll lose Angel Pagan for a while. He is out at second base. So a great call again by Matt Williams and his video man, and the Dodgers lose another one.
Ruling on the field has been overturned.
So Cabrera held the ball on the leg. Gordon's foot just came up off the bag for inches, and he's nailed after a somewhat poor throw. So Lobaton has to feel better about things. Now with two out, Puig up there 0-1. Ground ball hit it up the end of the bat. So Yasiel grounds out. The Dodgers lose on two fronts there. And at the end of 8, the Dodgers 2, Washington nothing. Home run by Justin Turner with Crawford aboard back in the 7th inning. Kenley Jansen had to come in and get some outs in the 8th inning, and he is working now on his 40th save We talked earlier about Eric Gagne and the most saves he had in 1 year, 55. Remember, he had 84 when he was finished consecutively. Then the Dodgers had Todd Worrell, Jeff Shaw briefly, Takashi Saito, and Kenley. Meanwhile, the Dodgers make one change, and that would be Rojas taking over for Ramirez at shortstop and Bryce Harper at the plate. 0-1. Bryce Harper single, grounded out, flied to left. Then Tyler Moore and Asdrubal Cabrera. No balls and one strike. Breeze has picked up, blowing left to right. It switched a couple of times. Not much of a breeze. 1-1 to Harper. And hits one into left field for a base hit. So again, they had it in the 8th inning. Now, for the second time, Washington will have the tying run at the plate. Harper winds up going 2 for 4. Tyler Moore is due up, but they will be looking for a left-hand batter, I'm sure, to hit for the right-hand hitting first baseman. Adam LaRoche comes out of the dugout. LaRoche has had a sore back. Did not play last night. He did start. Went 0 for 4 in the first game against Roberto Hernandez. 2 ground balls, 2 fly balls. But Aaron carries that big stick. 19 home runs, 70 runs batted in. So LaRoche, terrific first baseman, good hitter, up there now in the right spot. Washington had a runner on in the 7th. They had 2 runners on in the 8th. They have a leadoff runner on in the 9th, Bryce Harper. And ball 1. Adam LaRoche, born in Orange County. His father, former Major League pitcher Dave LaRoche. Adam's brother Andy at one time signed with the Dodgers. And now 2 balls and no strikes. Adam, a slick fielder as well as a good hitter. He's hit as many as 37 home runs when he was with Arizona. He's got a gold glove and silver bat as well. 2 balls and no strikes. Line drive, foul down the line. I think he's going to check his bat. Yep. Thought I heard it crack a little bit. He hit it that hard, but he cracked it. 2 balls and 1 strike to Adam LaRoche. Adam is 35 come November. Originally drafted by the Braves. Came up to the Braves in 04. Then went to the Pirates in 08. Then to the Red Sox. Then back to the Braves. Then the Diamondbacks. And now 4 years with the Nationals. Two and one with Bryce Harper at first. Nobody out in the 9th. 2-0 Dodgers. Giants being walloped in Denver. High fly ball to left field. Crawford going back to the track at the wall. It is gone. Adam LaRoche comes off the bench, hits a 2-run home run, and just like that, the game is even. For Kenley Jansen, one of those days, his 5th home run allowed. So Adam LaRoche might have an ailing back, but he comes off the bench and homers to left field. For LaRoche, his 20th home run, 72 runs batted in. And we have a 2-2 tie in the 9th inning. Fastball started to run away from him, and he went the other way, and he's so big and strong. He pinned Crawford against the wall, and the ball hit and kicked up into the stand. That car looked like he thought he had to play all the way, and then it disappeared. Don Mattingly went out to talk to the first base umpire. Could we watch LaRoche run to first base on the home run? Is that possible? I had a split thought that he might run past Bryce Harper. Let's see. He's looking. There's Harper. Okay, there was a second there. If I were Mattingly, I would have gone out to walk about it too. All right. It's 2-2 thanks to LaRoche. And now here is Cabrera. That home run, by the way, also keeps a string alive. Washington has hit at least one home run now in 15 straight road games. They're that kind of a club. They've hit 132 home runs. High pop foul off third. Turner along with Rojas. Turner. So one out in the ninth.
Catcher number 59.
Now here comes Jose Lobaton. He's 0 for 3. But in the inning, Harper singles to left. LaRoche reaches the left field seats. Bad back or no. And we have a tie. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the ninth inning, they have Gonzalez, Rojas, and Crawford. Lobaton flied to right, grounded out, hit into a force play, ball one. Tyler Clippard gets up in the bullpen, and the usual closer, Rafael Soriano. So the two of them throwing side by side. Ground ball to the hole. That's going to go through. So Lobaton singles to right. Two singles and a home run now given up by Kenley Jansen. The batter now, Steven Souza coming up. So that was the spot occupied by Doran. So Drew Storen goes out. Two with a runner at first and one out.
Your attention, please. Pinch running number 8, Danny Espinosa.
Espinosa is running at first.
Souza Jr.
And Souza coming up to the plate. Rick Honeycutt trying to figure out what happened to Kenley Jansen. Two runs, 7 hits for Washington. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Espinosa, the runner, has stolen 7 out of 8. So with everything else, they're going to have to worry about him. Steven Souza out of Everett, Washington, drafted out of high school, 3rd round, and they're going to keep an eye on Souza, you can bet. Only 1 out. That was the foul ball by Cabrera. Souza's another big man. He is 6'3", 220. He was a receiver and defensive back in high school, and he also played basketball. Souza hitting less than $1. He's only had 13 games, meaning 12 at bats and a strike, 0-1. Souza, one of those fellows who wanted to really get big physically, went to the gym to really muscle up and gained 15 pounds instead of 5. So he had to really cut back. 0-1. Souza this year, when he was playing at Syracuse, had 18 home runs. So they have to watch him for sure. 1 ball and 1 strike. Souza's 25 years old. Espinosa off the bag at first. He goes. The pitch taken for a ball. The throw is a bit high. And Espinosa now has stolen 8 out of 9. Well, Washington told the Dodgers what kind of the club they had in the first game in the series. Remember, they hit 4 home runs, but they also stole 4 bases. So they can beat you a lot of ways. So now Espinosa steals second base. 1 out, potential tie-breaking run. And Souza trying to pick him up with Denard Span on deck. Got the corner. 2-2. Foul back. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 runs are in, a runner at second. The deuce is about wild as it can get in a 2-2 tie. And a chopper up the middle. Rojas gets rid of it for the second out. Espinosa moves over to third. And the batter will be Denard Span, the center fielder. Denard Span lined out to Adrian Gonzalez, fly to center, grounded out, and walked. 0 for 3. Made that dazzling running catch in the 7th inning on the ball hit by Hanley Ramirez. 2 out, 9th inning, 2 in, and a 2-2 tie. Ball 1. Denard Span covers a great deal of ground, runs very well. 27 stolen bases, and came into the game hitting .299. And with all of that, 4 home runs, 31 runs batted in. And ball 2. For Jansen, with a runner at third, we always wonder about it. He has 2 wild pitches. So all the great work by Frias, Howell, and Wilson, and Zimmerman, and Thornton, and Doran. Except Doran is still open with that runner at third. Little foul, but Turner has no play back in the stands. Frias, Howell, Wilson, and Jansen. Zimmerman, Thornton, Storen with activity in each bullpen. 2-2 in the 9th. Giants were being walloped. Dodgers thinking about picking up a game, but maybe not. Rockies won that game 9-2 over San Francisco. 2-1. A strike. There was no score until Justin Turner hit a 2-run home run in the 7th inning. But in the 9th inning, Adam LaRoche, sore back, came off the bench, boom, 2-run home run to wash away Turner and make it a tie. And now Jansen trying to keep it a tie with a 2-2 pitch to Denard Span. Still 2-2. $38,404 hanging in on this one. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2-2 score, and a tiebreaker at third. Behind Span, hitting number 2 in the Washington lineup, Anthony Rendon. He is 0 for 4. Top 4 hitters in the Washington lineup had 1 hit amongst them. Jansen laboring. This will be his 9th pitch and also his 23rd in the inning. 3-2. And a 1 hopper off the glove. Boy, that thing exploded. That's a base hit for Denard Span. Scoring on that hard hit ball is Espinosa, and Washington takes a 3-2 lead, and they've scored 3 times in the 9th inning. So what a difference a day makes. Last night, Kenley Jansen came in the 9th inning, made 15 pitches and struck out the side. But this time Denard Span just shelled one right by Adrian Gonzalez. No doubt clean base hit. And so Don Mattingly going to the mound, and he's going to have to lift Jansen. That's a rare moment indeed. But Span's base hit drives in the go-ahead run. It is 3-2 Washington. In comes Pedro Baez, and we'll be right back. Kenley Jansen facing 6 men in the 9th inning, gave up a leadoff single to Harper, a game-tying home run to LaRouche, a 1-out single by Lobaton. Espinosa ran for him and stole second, and then with 2 out, Denard Span drilled one by the glove of Adrian Gonzalez. So for Jansen, 15 pitches last night, 32 pitches today. And it is 3-2 in favor of Washington. Baez ready to face Anthony Rendon. When the Dodgers come up in the 9th inning, they are due to send up Adrian Gonzalez. Then remember Rojas in Ramirez's spot, and then Crawford. I would think that Soriano is the closer, and now that they've scored to go ahead run, you would expect to see Soriano and not Clippard. We'll see. Rendon 0 for 4, but a power hitter, 18 home runs. Pedro Baez, who throws very hard, asked to get one out. Denard Span, remember, has stolen 27 out of 32. And Soriano throwing alone in the pen. 3 runs, 8 hits for the Nationals. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Almost nicked him. Ball 1, 1-0. There was a time when the Dodgers would beat Washington and or Montreal like a drum. For a stretch starting back in 2006, the Dodgers were 32-18 against Washington. 1 ball and no strikes. There was another stretch going back around that time where the Dodgers won 7 series and split 1. Did not lose a series to Washington. But this is a first place division leading Washington Nationals. They began the day 7 games in front of Atlanta. Interesting note on Adam LaRoche. 1-2. LaRoche, with that pinch hit home run, has 237 career home runs. But today he homered into the left field stands as only the 15th home run he ever hit the other way. And remember, when he came up there, there was an asterisk and a footnote saying has a bad back. Now the expression, "oh my aching back," belongs to the Dodgers. 3-2 Washington, 9th inning. Another foul ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Keeping an eye on Span. He at best 2 out and now leading by 1. They could very well be running Denard Span. Kenley Jansen, not a machine, a human being. Strikes out the side last night and gets roughed up today. 1-2. Light breeze blowing towards right. Span bluffs on a pop fly. Miguel Rojas. So the Dodgers finally get that elusive 3rd out, but not before they surrender the lead. And we're heading to the bottom of the 9th. 3-2 Washington. ninth, and they make 3 changes. First of all, Adam LaRoche, who came off the bench to hit the big 2-run home run, stays in the game at first base. They also will change the catcher, as Leon will take over, and Soriano on the mound. Soriano is a closer, and he has had his problems. His own earned run average is 2.6, so he's had enough problems for sure. And he will be facing Adrian Gonzalez.
First baseman, number 23, Adrian Gonzalez.
Andre Ethier is going to come out on deck. So Soriano facing Gonzalez, who is 0 for 3. Has had a lot of trouble with Soriano. Soriano right-handed all the way. That's why Ethier's on deck. Rafael is 6'1", 230. He'll be 35 in December. Originally drafted by the Mariners. Came up to the Mariners, then to the Braves, then the Rays, then the Yankees. And this is his second year with the Nationals. And the first pitch, a line drive to right field, right at Jason Worth. So Gonzalez, first ball swinging, lines out, 1 down. And the batter now will be Andre Ethier, batting for Rojas.
Your attention, please, for the Dodgers. Pinch hitting, number 16, Andre Ethier.
Soriano closed up the game in the 9th inning of Game 1. Ethier has had great success. 3 for 5, 2 home runs, and a strike. Soriano in the home run department, just in case you're thinking about something like that, he's allowed 2 home runs. His record is 4-1. Off the plate. So whether it affected him or not, it's duly to be noted. Kenley Jansen was asked to make more than just 3 outs. They had to bring him in the 8th. And that certainly didn't help him any. One and 2 to Andre. Washington trying to win the series 2-1. Giants would certainly heave a huge sigh of relief if the Dodgers lose this game, because they were walloped 9-2. 2-2. For Soriano, trying to make his living as a baseball pitcher and get people like Andre Ethier out. He dropped out of school when he was 16 to work full-time in a carpentry shop. And he's gone 3-2. The Japanese, the Hiroshima Carp, had a Dominican academy in the Dominican Republic in San Pedro. So he trained 3 months. And then they found out he was only 16. He was too young to sign. But he eventually made it. And here he goes, 3-2 to Ethier. And ball 4. So it is a modest thing in thine own. But Ethier draws a walk. The tying runs aboard with 1 out. Carl Crawford coming up. We had that interesting note about Crawford. What he does in his first at-bat, which is not much, nor the second at-bat, which is a little bit better. But then the third at-bat, he does incredibly well. And sure enough, that held up today against Jordan Zimmerman, because he was hitting .442 in his third at-bat and doubled. However, this is his first at-bat against Soriano, and 0-1 the count. Crawford with that double is 1 for 3, hitting .271. No balls and 1 strike. Just off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's 3-2. Washington coming up with 3 in the 9th inning against Kenley Jansen. It's a remarkable ride in the big leagues. LaRoche hitting that home run. Then the base hit by Span. And Jansen, who had struck out the side last night, struggles and makes 32 pitches today. The ups and the downs are somewhat incredible. One ball and 2 strikes. Soriano's favorite player as a little kid growing up was a star with the Atlanta Braves, John Smoltz. And as Soriano said, all his pals were angry at him because he had a player as a favorite who was not a Dominican. And he said, I don't care. 1-2. And another foul ball out of play. Carl Crawford with Justin Turner on deck. Justin claiming he was hit by the pitch in the 7th inning. That was disallowed. So he hit a home run to be a hero, but only for the moment. Another foul ball. One and 2 to Carl Crawford. 1 out, 9th inning. 3-2 Nationals. This will be the 7th pitch in this at bat to Carl Crawford. And line foul down the line, though it's still 1-2. Soriano in 54 innings has given up 44 hits. His walk to strikeout ratio, 17 walks, 52 strikeouts. So 3-1. Got him. So Crawford up there a while, but goes down swinging. 2 down in the 9th inning, and here is Justin Turner. It looked like he would spend the night relishing a 7th inning home run. Well, take a look at it if you weren't with us. It clears the center field wall, scoring Crawford ahead of him. It gave the Dodgers a 2-0 lead, but the bubbles have burst. Three runs, 8 hits, and no errors for Washington. And the Dodgers 2 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. 0-1. Jock Peterson is on deck. Peterson is 0 for 2, struck out twice and walked. Turner has a single, struck out, and then the 2-run home run. Hit down the right field line, moving over in a hurry is the right fielder Worth, and he doesn't make the catch. Here comes the tying run to the plate. Fly ball in the right field corner. I'm not sure if Jason lost it in the sun or what. He had the shades down. And the Dodgers have tied it up. Andre Ethier coming home. Going to be a meeting at the mound, and we're going to take another look at that. Here comes Worth. Looks like he has it and just dropped it. So the Dodgers get a huge break. I have to believe the sun had something to do with it. He was trying to catch it low around his hip. Normally I would expect he would catch that thing around his shoulders, and I think it got below the shoulders because he had trouble seeing it. One way or another, the Dodgers get a huge break to tie up the game. Jock Peterson is the batter. Dodgers with the winning run at second base. No report whether that's hit or error. 0-1 to Jock. 2 out. Matt Kemp on deck. And the Dodgers luck out here in the 9th inning. They might rule that the sun got in his eyes and it was a double, but we're still waiting. And it's going to be error 9. Okay. Now we know. Peterson, did he hold up? No, he couldn't do it. The Jock up there, no balls, 2 strikes. So Turner's fly ball is a error charged to Jason Worth. The Dodgers get the tying run home on the error. And Peterson now really in a bad place. 0-2. Quite a game. Looked like the Dodgers might win it 2-0. Then it certainly looked like Washington would win it 3-2. And it's 3-3. And that's ball 1. An off day tomorrow. And then Arizona will be here Friday night. Followed by San Diego. The Dodgers are 22-10 against those 2 teams. 1-2 to Peterson. Line drive foul. He hit the same kind of a pitch, same kind of a foul when he made his debut, and then eventually struck out on a 3-2 pitch. Jason Worth, who's so valuable, who has done so many heroic things for the Nats, drops the fly ball. 3-3 in the 9th inning. Fastball got him looking, and young Jock is taken to school. Strikes out 3 more times today, but the Dodgers get the biggest break in the game. A drop fly ball in right field, admittedly after a run and looking up at a glary sky, but even with the sunglasses he had a problem, and it's a 3-3 tie. And the Dodgers get a 9th inning break. A drop fly ball in the right field corner instead of the 3rd out. It allowed the tying run to score, and the man who dropped the fly ball will be leading off in the 10th inning, Justin Worth. The Dodgers make a couple of changes. Juan Uribe now takes over at 3rd base. Turner moves over to play shortstop. And we are heading with Pedro Baez on the mound. 3-3 in the 10th. In extra innings, as you can see, the Nationals are under 500, 7-8. The Dodgers way under, 5-10. So Jason Worth walked, single, grounded out, walked again. Pedro Baez, the 5th Dodger pitcher. So now the pitchers of record, Baez and Soriano. Frias, Howell, Wilson, Jansen, all gone. The same Zimmerman, Thornton, and Storen. Soriano trying to close. Ball 1 to Jason Worth. Pedro Baez throws hard. And Worth, a high fly ball. Peterson out there at the other end of it. So Jason Worth makes the first out in the top of the 10th. Ian Desmond, the shortstop, coming up, struck out twice, hit back to the box, and flied to center. Desmond 0 for 3. 22 home runs, 81 runs batted in. Desmond has struck out twice today. He has struck out 162 times. But every time he comes up, he's dangerous. Light breeze blowing out to right. 38,404. Taking in the ball game that started at 12:10. And here we are about 3:33 in the afternoon. Oh and 1. Check swing, ground foul. No balls and 2 strikes to Ian. Ian Desmond, Florida boy, originally drafted by the club's origin, Montreal, back in 2004. 1-2. Desmond's mom certainly instilled with him a good thought. She said, "I don't ever want you to use the word can't." Foul ball. Though his goal was to become a big league player, I'm sure there were times when he wondered, can I? But he would not think can't. And he's having a fine career. He first came up in 2009. Ian Desmond. He'll be 29 in September. The end of this month. 1-2. That's in the dirt, chased by Ellis, picks it up, the out recorded. So for Desmond, he's had a rough series. That's 3 times today, 3 times last night, 6 strikeouts, and had just 1 hit in the 3 games. And now Bryce Harper. Bryce Harper singled in the 2nd inning, grounded out, flied to left, and singled to the left in the 9th inning. And that was the preamble to Adam LaRoche coming off the bench and hitting the big home run. Well, Adam's on deck. Bryce Harper batting .270, 11 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Marvelous young player. One ball and 1 strike. You saw Harper swing at the first pitch and miss. Last year, going after the first pitch, he hit .565. So the pitchers have to really be careful and be aware of that. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-2. Harper will always think kindly of Dodger Stadium, I'm sure. His first career base hit, that was back in April of 2012. He had a double against Chad Billingsley. A teenager who hit 22 home runs. Remarkable. At 19. Got him. So Baez comes in, strikes out 2, gets Desmond and Harper. Worth on a fly ball, and we go to the bottom of the 10th in a 3-3 tie. In the on-deck circle in a 3-3 tie as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Craig Stammen takes over on the mound for Washington. Craig Stammen, another big guy, ideally suited in the big leagues to be a pitcher. He is 6'3", a 200-pounder out of Coldwater, Ohio. Went to the University of Dayton, a 12th round pick back in '05, and came up to the Nationals pretty much to stay in '09. Stammen has done well in relief, struggled more as a starter. He's worked at least 2 scoreless innings 10 times in relief. He has 4 saves. And we'll see what he does now, facing Alex Guerrero, recalled September 1, 0 for 2. And ball 1, 1-0. Guerrero knows the book. Stammen basically fastball, slider, and change. That's foul tipped. 1-1. The last 2 years, in 2012 and 13, Craig's 170 innings pitched, the most by any major league pitcher who hasn't started a game. 1-2 to Guerrero. Three runs, 8 hits for Washington. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. Down and dirty, 2-2 the count. Sandy Leon behind the plate, handling Stammen. Ground ball to third. Rendon is on it. Makes a high throw, but making it look easy. LaRoche does a little toe dance. And we have one out here in the 10th inning as Guerrero taps out. A.J. Ellis, remember, bats ninth after the Dodgers had that double switch. A.J. Ellis fouled out in his one at bat in the 8th inning. Fedorovich had gone 0 for 3. And ball one. Xavier Cedeno warming up now in the Washington bullpen. Jamie Wright up for the Dodgers. There's Xavier and there's Jamie. 3-3, 10th inning. 1 out. Ground foul. Dodgers now have used 3 pinch hitters: Barney, Ethier, and Guerrero. Both teams have to be a little weary after playing that game last night and then coming back here early this morning. So they're locked in. 2-1 the count. Stammen, one of those guys who looks like he could pitch all day, and probably could. Yes, low. Ball 3. 3-1. And strike 2. D. Gordon out on deck. Gordon is 1 for 4. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And off the plate, ball 4. So with 1 out, A.J. Ellis is aboard, and that'll bring up Gordon with Puig on deck.
Second baseman, number 9, D. Gordon.
Gordon popped up the first inning, struck out, tried to sacrifice in the 6th, couldn't do it, and hit a line drive into a double play. And then last time up, single to right. Was then thrown out trying to steal upon review. D badly fooled on that pitch. Not much of a swing. 0-1 the count. Gordon in the past 2 for 2 against Stammen. Hanley Ramirez, who is out of the game, had 2 home runs against Stammen. 0-2 the count. In fact, Hanley was hitting .588 against Craig Stammen. 10 hits, 17 at bats, 2 home runs. But he gave way to Rojas. 0-2. Great save by Leon. That could easily have been a wild pitch. So Leon, who just got into the ballgame, and that makes it even tougher. Down and dirty right at the shoe tops, and he goes down there and makes a great save. Sandy's from Maracaibo in Venezuela. Good play, especially in this game. 10th inning. And a one-hopper over the glove of Cabrera. Stopping at second is Ellis. So as Rubel put the glove out, and it bounced right up over it, hit hard, and here comes Yasiel Puig. So Gordon, trying to fight his way out of his slump, comes up with his second hit. Hard hit hopper right on by Cabrera. So the Dodgers now have the winning run at second base, and Yasiel Puig is going to take plenty of time coming up. Hitting .296. Tried to bunt in the first inning and they threw him out. Struck out, singled in the sixth, grounded out again. I think he's taking purposefully time to listen to his song. He wants to wait till it's over. All right. That's the new look in baseball. Hitters, each one has his own song, and a lot of times, like Puig did, they wait till it finishes. All right, 2 on, 1 out, 3-3, bottom of the 10th. And ball 1. Puig had 2 hits in his last 32 at bats, so he has 1 for 4 today. That means 3 hits in his last 36 at bats, and of course a chance to win it here in the 10th inning. At the same time, A.J. Ellis, not exactly the easy guy to score on a base hit. 1-1. Craig Stammen, the 5th pitcher. Zimmerman, Thornton, Storen, Soriano, and Stammen. The Dodgers: Frias, Howell, Wilson, Jansen, and Baez. 1 ball and 1 strike. And that's going to be hit into right field, but they're not going to score Ellis, even though it's bobbled by Jason Worth. As we mentioned, A.J. Ellis would be very tough to score. So Puig gets a base hit, his 2nd of the day. And now the butter and egg man is coming up, and that's Adrian Gonzalez. Jason Worth, who committed the error to allow the Dodgers to tie the game, almost cost them the play had there been another runner better than A.J. Ellis. He's in a hurry to throw, dropped it, and then comes up throwing. But he was saved because they had stopped Ellis long before he had gotten to third. So the bases are loaded with 1 out. Xavier Cedeno is the left-hander. They're saving him to come in and pitch to Adrian Gonzalez, and we'll be right back. Washington, and the Dodgers make the move now. Arisbel Arrubarena is running for Ellis at third base. So the bases are loaded. Arrubarena at third, Gordon at second, Puig at first. The Dodgers this year have had 5 walk-offs: April, twice in July, twice in August. against Detroit, San Diego, Atlanta, the Cubs, and the Angels. So now we'll see if they can walk off now as Adrian Gonzalez goes head-to-head with the left-hander Xavier Cedeno. Basically, Cedeno with a very good curveball, doesn't overpower hitters. Fastball maybe up to about 91, and a changeup. Cedeno is an even 6 and about 170 pounds, and Arrubarena at third. He is carrying the winning run. 1 out. On deck, Juan Uribe. Infield back in double play depth. There's the breaking ball on the outside corner. Cedeno had some problems in April on the DL. On the DL again most of May. Now on the spot. That's what you figure. You don't figure Cedeno is going to throw fastballs. And he's ahead of the count. No balls, 2 strikes. That's that breaking ball. 0-2. Bases loaded, 1 out, 10th inning, 3-3. Another breaking ball, and he just did get a little of that on the end of the bat. So he's seen 3 breakers in the count, 0-2. Cedeno was originally drafted by the Rockies in the 31st round. Then they released him, stayed home in Puerto Rico, acquired by the Astros as a free agent. Then Nationals got him off waivers from the Astros. 0-2. Breaking ball. That one came in and then just bent instead of going down and away. Sandy Leon out to the mound to talk to him. Jason Worth. They had trouble with the fly ball, dropped it, allowed the Dodgers to tie. Might have lost the game on the base hit if Arrubarena had been running instead of Ellis. But Arrubarena just got in the game for AJ. And with 1 out, 0-2 to Adrian Gonzalez. The boy from Guayanilla in Puerto Rico, Xavier Cedeno. Just show him a fastball. I don't think he had any thought of getting that in the strike zone. Here's that nice play by Sandy Leon. Big play, big save. Matt Williams kind of sweating this out. Cedeno in just a few games does not have a wild pitch. 1-2. And he takes care of Adrian. One breaking ball after another, just showed him a fastball and takes him away. So now Juan Uribe will be coming up, and you can see that good breaking ball down, blocked nicely before going in the dirt. Right-hander Aaron Barrett is throwing in the Washington bullpen. Great bit of relief for Xavier Cedeno to come in and strike out Gonzalez. So now Barrett will be facing Uribe. We'll be right back. Is loaded in the ninth inning. Couple of notes. One, you're probably inclined to understand the fact that Dodgers this year as a team with the bases loaded have batted 177. However, the Dodgers had their best man up there with the bases loaded. That was Adrian Gonzalez. Adrian had been 4 for 11, hitting .364, and Cedeno took care of him. Now we're going to see Aaron Barrett go up against Juan Uribe as Adrian is back talking to Mark McGuire of what might have been. Aaron Barrett, the pitcher, was originally drafted by the Dodgers back in 2006. And Uribe coming up to test him now. 3-3, bottom of the 10th, 2 out, bases loaded. Uribe with 7 of them and a chance for number 8. And Barrett ready to go to work. Arrubarena, the winning run 90 feet away. 0-1. With a runner at third, as we always do, we look it up. And in this case, it's a point of interest. Aaron Barrett has 6 wild pitches. Uribe hitting .297, 7 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Check swing on a breaking ball. Did he? Yes, he did. Alfonso Marquez. And a no ball 2-strike count to Juan Uribe. Got that bat out in front. Yep. Leon immediately gesturing, and the call correct. 0-2 the count to Uribe. Another waved bat. This time he held up. 1-2 the count. Take a look. Uribe this time starts and then checks, doesn't let that bat get too far. So Cedeno did a great job, strikes out Gonzalez. Now Barrett trying to take care of Uribe. Breeze blowing out to right. And a little foul ball. 38,404 spending the afternoon with us. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Juan Uribe. We mentioned Barrett was drafted by the Dodgers in one of those draft and follow picks, but the Dodgers changed area scouts in Illinois and just didn't really pursue him. So in 2010, 4 years later, the Nationals picked him up when he came out of the University of Mississippi. 1-2. Fastball in on the hand. What a great job by 2 young pitchers against 2 veteran hitters, as Cedeno strikes out Gonzalez and then Barrett strikes out Uribe. And the Dodgers do what they've done all year, just awful with the bases loaded. Remarkably, 3-3. Cardinals all tied up 3-3. Top of the 10th inning. Jamie Wright becomes the 6th Dodger pitcher. Frias, Howell, Wilson, Jansen, Baez, and now Jamie. Meanwhile, Washington has used 7 pitchers. Zimmerman, Thornton, Storen, Soriano, Stammen, Cedeno, and Barrett. And Jamie getting ready to pitch to Adam LaRoche, who hit that big 2-run home run in the 9th inning. Behind the plate, Drew Butera. The Dodgers started the game with Fedorovich. In a double switch, they played Ellis. They took Ellis out for the pinch runner, and so Drew Butera is now in there. For LaRoche coming up, for the benefit of the Adam LaRoche Marching and Chowder Society based in Orange County. Here's his home run. He's hit 200 and some odd home runs, and only 15 have ever gone to left field. So here is Adam. Good hitter, power hitter as well. And a strike. Adam was born in Orange County but raised in Fort Scott, Kansas. His father, Dave LaRoche, pitched in the majors with the Angels. That's a strike. His father was the pitching coach at Pittsfield, and Adam was about 14 years old, and he would throw early batting practice, and the manager was very hesitant about having this kid pitch batting practice. And then after watching him, he was amazed at the nice and easy pace Adam could throw the ball, and that was it. He pitched a lot of batting practice, and I assume got the payoff as a 14-year-old, and was probably allowed to hit himself a little bit. 1-2 to Adam. Gordon in shallow right field. 2-2 the count. D out there about 15 feet. Gonzalez on the rim, and the infield swung way around so that Turner, who's now the shortstop, not quite behind the bag but overshifted, and Uribe all alone on the left side. Did that hit him? Yep, it did. So Adam LaRoche trying to check his swing on a big sweeping breaking ball that came in and just ate him up. So LaRoche, with a bad back, is hit for only the 2nd time this year. Tried to get out of the way, and it got the inside of the left elbow.
Second baseman number 3, Asdrubal Cabrera.
So LaRoche hit by the pitch. Asdrubal Cabrera coming up. Checking Jamie Wright's numbers. That would be the 4th man that he has hit this year. So LaRoche, who had the bad back keeping him from starting, comes off the bench, hits a big home run, and then wouldn't you know, gets hit on the inside of the left elbow. I bet he can feel numbness. Is that a true expression? You feel numbness? I guess. So LaRoche apparently will stay in. LaRoche doesn't do much running, but he is 3 for 3 in stolen bases. Cabrera struck out, fly to right, single to center, fouled out. Dodgers think maybe he's bunting, but they are on the road. Shows bunt and gets it down. Gonzalez only plays to Gordon. So the sacrifice sends LaRoche to second base.
Catcher number 41, Sandy Leon.
Sandy Leon will now be coming up. So Cabrera does his job, got the bunt down. Leon, who came into the game, made a good save, smothering a pitch in the dirt. Sandy is 5'11", 220. 25 years old, from Maracaibo in Venezuela. 1 ball and no strikes. Leon, not a power hitter. He has 1 home run. He's concentrating on just making contact, hitting line drives. Kevin Franzen is out on deck. 2-0. Leon is a switch hitter. Two balls and no strikes to Sandy. We're 3-3 in the 11th. And ball 3. So Franzen on deck to bat for Barrett. And ball 4. So first and second, 1 out. Kevin Franzen will be coming up. Franzen started last night's game and went 0 for 3. He also appeared as a pinch hitter in the first game. Had a fielder's choice with an out at the plate. Kevin broke in with the Giants. Two on, 1 out. And the Nats, as they print in the paper when talking about the Nationals, have something going here. Foul back. Kevin Franzen from Los Gatos lives in San Jose. Went to San Jose State. Signed by the Giants about 10 years ago. Time. Kevin, 32 years old, an even 6, about 185. Played basketball and football in high school. Knew he wasn't big enough to go to either sport. Concentrated on baseball, and here he is. Foul ball, 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes to Kevin Franzen. Came up with the Giants briefly in 2006. Eventually left them, went to the minors, came back up with the Angels, went back down, surfaced with the Phillies, and now with the Nationals. 0-2. Another foul ball off the protective railing in front of the Washington dugout. Franzen, not a power hitter, just trying to make contact now. 0-2. Little roller. Uribe has to hurry, takes care of him, and the runners move up. The runners at second and third with 2 out, and Denard Span will be coming up.
Center fielder number 2, Denard Span.
Denard Span lined out to Gonzalez, flied out, grounded out, walked, and blistered a ground ball for a base hit in the 9th inning to drive in a go-ahead run that would apparently give Washington a 3-2 victory. But the Dodgers came back with 1 in the bottom of the 9th on a drop fly ball, probably lost in the sun by Jason Worth, and that extended the game, and we're in the 11th inning. So first base open. Second and third, 2 out. Span with Anthony Rendon on deck. Ground ball, foul. 0-1. Well, with a runner at third, we look it up. Jamie Wright has 5 wild pitches. So LaRoche, who did so much to tie up the game, is in a position now to even win it. Dodgers will have Crawford, Turner, and Peterson in the bottom of the 11. But they have to get out of the top of the 11. Oh and 1. Off speed, fouled away. No balls, 2 strikes. Span hitting .299. 4 home runs, 31 runs batted in. But he had 2 home runs in game 1. But again, Washington keeping the string alive. They've had at least 1 home run in 15 straight games on the road. Leone at second, the big man LaRoche at third. 2 out, 0-2. Another ground ball, this one to Gonzalez. So Washington leaves runners at second and third, and we're heading for the bottom of the 11th inning in a 3-3 tie. In a 3-3 tie, Matt Williams uses his 8th pitcher in the game. That would be Jerry Blevins out of Johnson City, Tennessee. Went to the University of Dayton. And another drink of water, not as tall as Doug Fister, who is 6'8", but Jerry is 6'6", and maybe 180. He was a walk-on at the University of Dayton baseball team, pitched for a couple of years there, majored in political science, thought maybe he would go to law school. The next thing you know, he was named to the U.S. team that competed in the World Cup in Taiwan, and baseball became his profession. So here's Carl Crawford. Crawford struck out, grounded out, doubled, scored a run, and struck out again, hitting .270. And a hard comebacker off the glove, picked up by Cabrera, no play. And Crawford is aboard with a base hit. So Carl Crawford comes up with his 2nd hit. He is now 2 for 5. And Justin Turner will be coming up. Hard ground ball off the glove and no further play, although Cabrera picked it up. So a just miss for Blevins, a base hit for Crawford, and the batter will be Turner. Now Crawford, as you know, runs very well. He has stolen 22 out of 27. So we'll see what the Dodgers do with Turner and Peterson to follow. Ground ball up the middle. Crawford was going back towards first base, so he can only go to second. So Turner, who had the big 2-run home run in the 7th inning, now singles. The Dodgers have runners at first and second. Jock Peterson coming up, facing a left-hand pitcher. So another ground ball up the middle, just under the glove of Blevins. Now Matt Kemp is on deck. So if you're thinking, well, okay, we'll have Peterson sacrifice, they would then walk Matt Kemp. So let's see what the Dodgers figure out to do. Peterson, far from impressive, honestly, has struck out 3 times and walked. So you would think the Dodgers want Matt Kemp to have an at-bat. There's no one throwing in the Washington bullpen. So it could be they might have Kemp facing the left-hander, but let's go with Peterson first. Crawford, the big man at second, especially with his speed. Peterson looks at a strike. 0-1. Jock again checking with Lorenzo Bundy at third. 2 on, nobody out. Remember, the Dodgers blew a golden opportunity in the 10th inning. They had bases loaded with Gonzalez and Uribe coming up, and they each struck out. Peterson showing bunt. Gets it down, and a good bunt up along third. All right, the Dodgers have done what you assumed they would do. Now let's see about Matt Kemp. So Peterson moves him up. And for the second consecutive inning, the Dodgers have a golden opportunity, 1 out, and the winning run 90 feet away. They couldn't do it in the 10th. We'll see what they do here in the 11th. So Peterson, who needed a lift, got it with a sacrifice. Matt Kemp hitting .281, 17 home runs, 66 runs batted in, but I think all those numbers are meaningless now. I doubt if they would pitch to him. First base open, and Sandy Leon gesturing with one hand to the infield, and now put him on. So here comes what you expected. The intentional walk. Drew Butera, who recently just got into the game, now coming up in a big spot. So in a moment, bases will be loaded. Butera batting 9th, and then Gordon in the leadoff spot. Jerry Blevins, young man out of Johnson City, Tennessee. At least that's where he was born. Going to be hip deep in trouble here as Kemp takes the walk to load him up. So the Dodgers, who probably have the worst record in Major League Baseball with the bases loaded. They were hitting .177 in the 10th inning when Gonzalez struck out and Uribe struck out. So now here's another chance, and it's Drew Butera. So the big man is Crawford. Carl Crawford at third, 1 out, 3-3 in the 11th. For the Dodgers, a golden opportunity not only to win the game, but to pick up a game on the Giants and extend the lead to 3. Infield up on the right side, halfway on the left. 0-1. Butera hitting .192, 3 home runs, 13 runs batted in. He also has 2 sacrifice flies. Dodgers would take it any way they can. Crawford, Turner, and Kemp all out there. And another strike. And ball 1. Matt Williams gesturing, come in a little bit. 1-2. Up on the right, halfway on the left. Breaking ball at his feet. Big slow curveball. Leon had plenty of time to adjust to handle that. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Crawford's the man, 90 feet away. For Jason Worth, a lot of thoughts going through his mind about dropping the fly ball in the 9th inning. 2-2. Fastball, pop foul, should not be a play. Well back into the crowd. 38,404 were here at noon. Not quite sure how many are here for dinner. 2-2. Fastball grounded, just foul. Paul Crawford leaping over the ground ball. And Butera back up to try it again. Pulled too much. Crawford just did get out of the way. And a high foul out of play. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Blevins trying to throw strikes. Butera trying to make contact. And the battle is on. Two and two. And foul back again upstairs. Fastball, so it fouled back in fastball alley. And the count remains 2-2. Crawford at third, Turner at second, Kemp at first. But Crawford is the man. Blevins has 2 wild pitches, and this will be the 9th pitch to Butera. So every time you get a runner to third, pretty good idea to look it up. So the Dodgers watching yet another opportunity. And so now it comes down to push and shove and 3-2. Interesting, the rookie Peterson pounding on the fence, and Gonzalez in an almost bored expression. He's been through it all. 3-2 to Drew Butera. And another foul ball. That's going out of play. Boy, that's tough. I mean, not only being the hitter, but how about the pitcher? He must get that ball over the plate. Butera has fouled off a couple. Three and two. Ball game right on the line. And a pop fly on the infield. Infield fly is called. Rendon will make the catch. The Dodgers blow another opportunity, but they have one more left with D. Gordon.
Second baseman, number 9, D. Gordon.
You know, the Dodgers, when you look at it, are a questionable first place team. It's really a shock to realize how poorly they have played with the bases loaded. You expect a heck of a lot more, to be honest, from a first place team. Hitting about 170 with the bases loaded. It's been a killer. Here's Gordon, 2 for 5. Infield deep on the right side. Looks at a curveball for a strike. 0-1. Gordon popped up, struck out, lined out, and then twice has singled to right. 3 runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 8 hits for Washington. Giants lost. That pitch was high and inside. The Dodgers might claim it hit him. They're saying that he swung. So if you swing and you're hit by the pitch, it's a strike. And Gordon slowly getting up, and Don Mattingly coming out to talk to Paul Schreiber. It was one awkward moment. Look at this. It's up and in. He tries to hold up, spins and goes down. So you say, is he checking that swing? Ruled that he was swinging. So no balls and 2 strikes to Gordon. Bottom of the 11th inning, bases loaded. Dodgers failed with the bases loaded in the 10th. They are now 2 out with the bases loaded in the 11th. 0-2 to Gordon. And a little squirter foul. It looked like it might have come out of the end of the bat. No play for Rendon, and it was fouled by a couple of feet. Though Gordon's still there, and Blevins still going after his hitters. He battled Butera and got him to foul out. Again, the contrast of Peterson and Gonzalez. 0-2. Wow. That is really something, isn't it? Gonzalez and Uribe strike out with the bases loaded in the 10th. Butera fouls out, and Gordon strikes out in the 11th with the bases loaded. And at the end of 11, a 3-3 tie. 3 tie, despite the Dodger efforts of loading the bases in the 10th inning with 1 out and loading the bases in the 11th inning with 1 out. So they've really hit in the bottom of futility, and they give the ball to Brandon League. He's their 7th pitcher. Of course, Washington has used 8, and League now getting ready to pitch to Rendon, Worth, and Desmond, and if anybody gets on, Bryce Harper. In the 11th inning, Blevins really did a tremendous job when you realize he made 2 pitches and there were 2 men on base. Crawford single, Turner single. Then Peterson sacrifices, Kemp is walked intentionally, and the Dodgers hit the dead end wall for the 2nd consecutive inning. So now Washington has Rendon against League. Anthony has grounded to third, twice flied to right, struck out, and popped up. 0 for 5. But he does have 18 home runs. That misses, ball 2. On deck, Jason Worth. Final meeting of the year between the 2 teams in the regular season anyway. Washington has won 3 of the 5. That's lifted back at first down the line, should peel off foul, and does, and goes back into the stands. Two and 1 to Anthony, then Jason Worth. Dodgers leaving 7 men in the last 3 innings, bases loaded in the last 2. They also left a man at second base in the 9th inning that could have won the game. That was because of the fly ball off the bat of Turner that was dropped in right field by Jason Worth, and we assumed, even though he had sunglasses on, Jason was fighting the sun. He was charged with an error, and he's on deck, raring to do something about it. And ball 3. Three balls and 2 strikes. Foul ball on a good fastball at 96, and it's starting to get even tougher. It's always tough to hit in the big leagues, but it's getting a little tougher now. The spider work of sunlight and shadow between the mound and home plate, cast by the light towers, plus the shadow begin to creep in from behind the hitter. 3 and 2. And ball 4. So Washington, who had their own opportunity, had second and third in the 11th inning. Now is a runner on, opening up the 12th. Here's Jason Worth, and here's that play. You can be a better judge than I. High fly ball. Worth has sunglasses on, but he tries to catch it low, and I think down there, I think where he lost sight of the ball. So the Dodgers got a huge break. Ethier brought in the tying run, but the Dodgers have been spinning their wheels ever since. Worth has walked and singled, grounded out and walked, and fly deep to center. And a strike. Rendon at first is another fella with good speed. He's stolen 15 out of 16. Worth 16 home runs, 76 runs batted in. Time. Well, they've been after each other since 10 after 12. Horns locked, and we're in the 12th. And a little low with another sinker. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jason Worth. Ian Desmond is on deck, and then Bryce Harper. 3 runs, 8 hits for Washington. 3 runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. 1-1. Sliced foul out of play. 1-2 to Jason. The once upon a time Dodger. Crowd reacting to a catch on that ball upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ground ball through into left field. So a walk followed by a base hit. So Jason Worth has 2 singles and 2 walks. 2 on, nobody out. Desmond, Harper, and LaRoche. Now Desmond has had a tough series and a tough game. He is 0 for 5, struck out 3 times, and you wonder, would you have a home run hitter, a guy with 22 home runs, bunt? Well, the first answer to that question, he has not bunted all year. So league in trouble. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Desmond, a do-or-die poster child for feast or famine. 0 for 5, struck out 3 times. He struck out 163, but he's also capable of hitting the ball in the seats. No balls, 1 strike. Twelfth inning, 2 on, 3-3 tie. Did he swing? Yes, he did. 0-2 to Ian. Second base, Rendon. First, Worth. They both run very well. Rendon dancing off second base. Now Brandon wants to talk, so timeout. Brandon League has been a professional since 2001. Came up to the big leagues in 04 with the Blue Jays. 0-2 to Ian Desmond. And he strikes out for the 4th time today. It takes a lot to be a major league ball player. It takes a lot to survive, not just the ups, but the downs. Though a sinker that was way out of the strike zone anyway. So 1 away. Now Bryce Harper. Single, grounded out, flied out, singled, and struck out. He led off the 9th inning with the single, and LaRoche followed with the home run. And ball one. Two and 0. Frias, Howell, Wilson, Jansen, Baez, Wright now lead. And 8 pitchers for Washington. Now ball 3. Waiting on deck, Adam LaRoche, who hit the 2-run home run despite the sore back, and then was hit on the elbow in the 11th inning. And they let Bryce swing. Fouls 3-0, so 3-1. Crowd reacted earlier on that foul ball of Jason Worth's bat that was caught by a little girl. 3-1 to Bryce Harper. And a line drive base hit. Stopping for the moment was Rendon, so they will stop him at third. With Peterson charging the line drive, it looked down on the field, I'm sure, to Rendon that the ball might be caught. So the bases are loaded for Washington as Harper bangs his 3rd hit, and Rendon held up by Bobby Henley at third base. So now it will almost truly rub it in if Washington scores. The Dodgers had the bases loaded in the 10th, couldn't do it. Had the bases only in the 11th, couldn't do it. So Washington says, okay, we've got the bases loaded in the 12th. And Adam LaRoche at the plate. The big man at third, Rendon. 1 out. And ball 1. Now you want to talk about the difference in two teams. We were talking earlier about how the Dodgers as a first place team is truly disappointing, almost shocking. They are so poorly at bat with the bases loaded. So you ask, well, what about Washington? They're hitting .330, making more than that. Line drive base hit. 2 runs will score as Crawford gets the ball back in. And for Washington, they send the Dodgers a message. In case you weren't looking, that's how you do it. So LaRoche, who didn't start the game, now winds up with 2 hits, 4 runs batted in.
Second baseman number 3 as triple Cabrera.
5-3 as LaRoche just goes the other way. Nice as you please. So Rendon and Worth carry in the runs. Harper stops at second, and the Dodgers in a hole indeed. So Honeycutt talking to League, who gave up the walk, followed by a base hit, then a strikeout, then another base hit, and now a third base hit, and 2 runs. Dodgers will have Puig, Gonzalez, and Uribe in the bottom of the 12th inning. Interesting point for Washington, too, because the Dodgers over the years have really had their way with the Nationals. So much so that should Washington win today, it would give them their first series victory at Dodger Stadium since 2005. And that's ball 1. 2005. The last 8 series for them here at Dodger Stadium, 0-7 and a split. So Matt Williams, given the opportunity, cashes it in. The Dodgers, given the opportunity twice, let it get away. and a strike. 1-1. As Drupal Carrera. A lot of folks have gone home. 38,404 were here for a while. Way inside, but the run is hold. 2-1 the count. So Bryce Harper at second. LaRoche at first. 5-3 Nats. The Dodgers say nuts. And that's fouled away. 2-2. The crowd is so quiet. You hear the individual sounds. It sounds really like an exhibition game in Florida. And a high fly ball into right center and deep. Back goes Puig on the track at the wall, makes the catch, and neither runner tags up. That was a little surprising, especially on Harper's part. He's looking out. He must have been fooled. I think Bryce must have thought that had a chance to go out. So just a long fly ball and a wasted opportunity for at least Harper to get to second base. Sandy Leon, who walked in the 11th inning, coming up. Two on, two out, two in. 5-3 Washington. Harper still at second. LaRoche at first. LaRoche, by the way, enjoying a career high today in a game which he didn't start. He was on the bench with the bad back. Came into the game in the 9th inning. Hit a 2-run home run. He was hit by a pitch in the 11th. Then got the big base hit here in the 12th. So a season high in the 96th game. Gonzalez will feed league, and that is the last out, but not before Washington gets 2. And we are heading to the bottom of the 12th. 5-3 Washington. And we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. For the Dodgers, it'll be Yasiel Puig, followed by Adrian Gonzalez, and then Juan Uribe. A very tough inning for Brandon Lee. He made 29 pitches while giving up the 2 runs and 3 hits. So, Tyler Clippard. It was a great setup man, and for that matter, a wonderful pitcher. All you have to do is look at that earned run average, 1.8. Clippard with the so-called rubber arm, which is an expression I think only used in baseball, but he is a workhorse. He's worked starting in 2010, 78, then 72, 74, 72, and right now in his 64th game. Clippard's from Lexington, Kentucky, no doubt a thoroughbred, and his numbers this year extremely impressive. He'll face Puig, Gonzalez, and Uribe. Right-hand hitters hitting 124 against him. On the road, 129. If he gets 2 strikes on the hitter, they're batting 109. And the cleanup hitters are batting 103 against him. That is Tyler Clippard out of Lexington, Kentucky. Puig lifts the first pitch foul, out of play, 0-1. Yasiel grounded to third, trying to bunt his way aboard, struck out, single to center, grounded to short, single to right. 5 runs, 11 hits for Washington. 1 error. That was the drop fly ball charge to Jason Worth. The Dodgers 3 runs, 9 hits, and no errors. High fly ball, but that's all it is. Coming in for it is Harper. So Puig, fly ball, goes 2 for 6, 1 away, and Gonzalez the batter.
Adrian Gonzalez.
Adrian Gonzalez had an at-bat that'll take a while for him to forget. He had flied to center, flied to left, popped up, flied to right. All the Dodgers needed was a good fly ball from him in the 10th inning, and he struck out. Struck out against the left-hander Xavier Cedeno. So then the Dodgers brought up Uribe. He faced Barrett, and Uribe struck out. One ball and 1 strike. Dodgers were doing okay in left on base. They left 1 in the 9th, and then 3 in the 10th, 3 in the 11th, though they've left 10 on. 1-1. Little bouncer, nice reach up there by Clippard. He's 6'3". So the Dodgers, who went so quietly in the 10th inning and ever so peacefully in the 11th inning, now 2 quiet outs in the 12th. They had a golden opportunity to pick up a game on the Giants. Giants lost 9-2 in Denver. Giants will now spend the weekend playing Detroit, and the Dodgers will spend the weekend playing Arizona. So here's Uribe with 2 out. And ball 1. Dodgers used 7 pitchers. League will be the loser. 9 pitchers used by Washington, and Blevins will get the win. 2-0. Justin Turner started at third, giving Uribe some rest, and then Uribe finished up. 2-0. Right. And foul ball. 2-2 the count. Tyler, 6'3", 200, 29 years old. Ground ball to the hole and under the glove of Cabrera into right field. So a 2-out single to right. That would be the Dodgers' 10th hit. Inches under the glove. So Carl Crawford will be coming up. Crawford has struck out and grounded out, then doubled in the 7th inning, struck out in the 9th, and singled in the 11th. They're not going to hold the bag on Uribe. LaRoche is off and behind the runner. Ball one. Little tough right now. There's a triangle of shade and the rest of the mound in sunlight. And Clippard throws from over the top. So if you're the hitter in the shade, you'll see that ball shine brightly for a split second as Clippard makes that over the top delivery. Then you kind of lose it in the shade. Like that. 1-1. For Washington, they're extremely grateful for the day off. It's now 5 o'clock. If they're lucky, they would get off the ground about 7:30. That would be 10:30 Washington time, and a lovely flight during the night till about 3:30 in the morning. And a high drive into left center on his course is Span. It goes over the wall and ties up the game. For Clippard, that is the 5th home run he's allowed all year. And when the ball was hit, it looked like the question was, would Denard Span catch it or not? And instead, it sailed over the fence, and the Dodgers have tied it up, and the bubble machine is at work again. 5-5 in the 12th inning, and forget that timetable for the Washington Nationals. Remarkable game, and here now is Justin Turner. 2 singles and a home run, and ball one. You know, when you start a game at 12 o'clock, to be very honest with you, your first thought is, I hope the game ends so we beat the traffic. Then as soon as it gets into extra innings, you say, well, now I'm going to get caught in the traffic. Now we're thinking there won't be any traffic by the time this game ends. Strike. 1-1. Tyler Clippard absolutely shocked as he dropped in a squat position. He couldn't believe the ball carried over and over the center field fence. 5-5. Each club coming up with 2. Ball 2. 2 out. Uribe singles, and Crawford ties up the game in the 12th. Two and 2 the count to Justin. Take another look at Crawford's home run. Fastball out over the plate. It looked like it had a chance to hit the wall. Instead, it went over, and Denard Span put both hands on his head. And look at Clippard. The worst thing that they could conceive, the best thing the Dodgers could hope for, and it's 5-5. Ball 3. Turner's home run cleared the center field fence. That was against Jordan Zimmerman. That seems almost like yesterday. 3 and 2. And a line drive foul. Just foul. Rendon leaping in the air. So Clifford still a little bit in shock, I'm sure. Thought at worst he was going to give up a double. That's fouled by a few inches. The Carl Crawford hits a big home run, his 6th of the year. Also his 3rd hit of the day. And Turner goes down, and we're heading for the 13th. 2 runs, 2 hits. The single by Uribe. Little grass cutter into right field, and then the home run that just clears the fence to tie it up. And the 13th just around the corner in a 5-5 tie. Back from the edge of the cliff with a 2-run home run, and we're 5-5 going to the 13th. If you were watching or listening to last night's game, remember Doug Fister, the 6'8" pitcher who kept fouling off all kinds of Kershaw pitches? Oh, he didn't get a base hit, but he kept fouling off the best pitches that Kershaw had. Well, with Washington running out of personnel, Doug Fister is going to come up and bat against Kevin Correa. So Correa will be the 8th Dodger pitcher. And as I say, Fister doesn't hit batting .075, but it was remarkable. He had 2 8-pitch at-bats against Kershaw. So they bring him up with that big strike zone, 6'8", and he'll be batting for Clifford. Correa now trying to hold down Washington. Ball 1. So Washington waited and scored 3 in the 9th, 2 in the 12th. The Dodgers waited, score 2 in the 7th, frustrated in the 9th and 10th, and they get 2 in the 12th to tie it up. One ball and 1 strike to Doug Fister. Fister's father had been a fireman and a policeman. He's from Merced, went to school at Fresno State. He has a brother who's also an emergency medical technician. Fisters are good people, especially when you're in trouble. And ball 2. Frias, Howell, Wilson, Jansen, Baez, Wright, League, and Correa, and 9 pitchers used by Washington. Ground ball Up with it, Gonzalez. He'll do it himself. So Fister's a pretty good swinger. I don't say hitter, but darned if he doesn't swing a good bat. One away.
Center fielder number 2, Denard Span.
Denard Span coming up. Span frustrated twice offensively. First, he went to the center field fall and could not make a play on the ball hit by Justin Turner. And then just recently in the 12th, he went to the wall and watched the ball just clear the left center field wall to tie up the game. For a moment, Span looked like he might be the hero. He drove in the 3rd run, the go-ahead run in the 9th inning for Washington, with a shot that was only an echo as far as Adrian Gonzalez was concerned. 1 for 5 with a walk. The lights are now on, and a bunt hard up along first, backhanded in fair ground, and the out. The question was, could Adrian Gonzalez get to the ball while it stayed fair, and he just did. So Span out on the drag bunt. There's the ball. Can he make it in time? Right on the chalk. That close. So 2 out in the 13th inning. Anthony Rendon coming up. 0 for 5 with a walk. Scored a big run in the 12th inning. Oh and 1. 5 runs and 11 hits for each team. Dodgers have 2 home runs. Washington has 1. Dodgers had a big home run in the 7th. Washington had a big home run in the 9th to tie it. Dodgers had a big home run in the 12th to tie it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Looking ahead, when the Dodgers come up in the 13th, Jock Peterson would lead it off. Check for a strike. Peterson, then Correa's spot, and then Butera. One ball, 2 strikes. And down goes Rendon. And that's the first time we've had a 1-2-3 inning since the 10th. And before that, you have to go back to the 6th. So it was a rare inning. 1, 2, 3. And we're heading to the bottom of the 13th. 5-5. Inning in a 5-5 tie. Blake Trinan, A right-hander out of Dakota will be coming in. So far, the game has taken 5 hours and 3 minutes. 51 players have appeared in the game. 418 pitches we have seen, and we're not through. Not at all. Dodgers have used 8 pitchers. Washington has now used 10 pitchers as Blake Trinan comes in. Another big fella, 6'4", 215. Graduate from a small Kansas high school, but he was going to school at South Dakota State. He had played on the junior varsity team. Nobody recruited him. Transferred to Arkansas to get a degree in landscape architecture and also walk on the team. Then transferred to South Dakota State, and the next thing you know, he's pitching in the major leagues. Jock Peterson will lead it off and hits one down the left field line. It's a base hit, and Peterson turns and holds as it's gunned in by Bryce Harper. So Jock Peterson, who had struck out 3 times, walked and sacrificed, goes the other way with a pitch down and singles to left. Now Kevin Correa coming up, and certainly they are looking bunt. Drew Butera is on deck. Correa shows bunt, pulls the bat back. Did that hit him or the hand? Just the bunt. Might have gotten a little of that right hand. He's flexing it. 0-1. Right hand holding the meat part of the bat, and he might have gotten that on a fingertip. I'll bet that's what it was. 0-1 to Kevin. Light breeze blowing to right. Bunt missed. 0-2. Correa deep in thought. Looking at his at-bats this year, he does not have a sacrifice. Of course, he was in the American League, didn't have much of a chance, so now he is struck out on the foul bunt. It's all 1 out, and the batter will be Drew Butera, who had a golden opportunity in the 11th inning with the bases loaded and 1 out, and fouled out to third. One out in the 13th. 5-5. 5 runs, 12 hits for the Dodgers. 5 runs, 11 hits for Washington. Peterson draws the throw, and it gets away, and down to second base goes Jock. So on the pickup throw at first, it gets away. Peterson now in scoring position with 1 out. Take another look. The throw off the glove. It could be that LaRoche lost that in the sun a little bit. He's got shades on, but he might have lost it. One of the biggest play all way back in the 1963 World Series was an error at first base. That's a strike. Joe Pepitone of the Yankees. Ground ball to third, easy throw to first, lost sight of the ball. It's that time now. It's 5-17. So it'll be an error charge to LaRoche. That's a strike. 0-2 the count to Butera. Dodgers using all 3 catchers. Fedorovich started, then A.J. Ellis and Drew. On deck, D. Gordon. Breaking ball away. 1-2 the count to Drew Butera. Basically, you expect Trinan to really lean on the fastball. He also has a slider and a changeup. Ground foul. Still 1-2. In the diminished light, there's a carpet of sunlight directly in front of the mound. 1-2. His fastball has been clocked up to 97. That was a breaking ball. 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes to Drew Butera. Peterson at second. 1 out. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Drew trying to hang in there and get Peterson home. Trinan has had some physical problems. He was on the DL in 2012, on again in 2013, and gone again, just came off this year. And a slow roller to short. Throwing on the run, Desmond gets him, and Peterson advances to third. So it's now up to D. Gordon.
Second baseman, number 9, D. Gordon.
D. Gordon has 2 hits. He is 2 for 6. Struck out twice, hit into a double play. Trying to get a man home from third with 2 out, bottom of the 13th inning in a 5-5 tie. Again, we remind you the Giants lost. They were overwhelmed in Colorado. They lost 9-2. So the Dodgers have a golden chance to increase their lead to 3. A bunt up along the first baseline. Trinan quickly feeds. Got him. And we go to the 14th inning as Gordon tries to drag bunt the run home and is foiled by Trinan. And we have played 13 in a 5-5 tie. A 5-5 tie. It'll be Jason Worth followed by Ian Desmond and then Bryce Harper facing Kevin Correa, who got through a 1-2-3 inning in the 13th. Dodgers have used just about everybody. As far as position players, they still have Scott Van Slyke in the dugout. As far as relievers, well, you have Chris Perez, one of them, Yimi Garcia, another, and the others starting pitchers. So here we go with Jason Worth. Walk, single to right, grounded out and walk, fly to center and single. Scored a run in the 12th inning. Ball one. Big numbers for Jason. That's in there. If you weren't with us way back when, we're getting a whole new audience now at 5:23. Carl Crawford hit a home run in the 12th to keep the game alive. Jason Worth dropped a fly ball that gave the Dodgers a huge break in the bottom of the 9th to keep the game alive. Two and one. Strike. 2-2 to Jason. Hard to believe it was 10 years ago when he was wearing a Dodger uniform. Fouled away upstairs. Jason Worth, 35 years old. Once upon a time a first-round pick by the Baltimore Orioles in 1997. Coming into this series, he was hitting .386 against the Western Division, and this time down he goes. So Worth strikes out. Correa picks up his second strikeout. Good breaking ball that fooled him. And now Ian Desmond, who has struck out 4 times in the game. 3 times yesterday for 7. 7 strikeouts, and yet carries 22 home runs in that bat. Ground ball to short. Nice stab and pick by Turner. The throw, however, pulls Gonzalez off the bag. So Turner, not playing shortstop in a while, trying to go to his left and throw to his right. And that's a tough play unless you're very experienced. Left, turn, and then throws a sailor. That's kind of the way that Miguel Rojas draws an error. He'll drop his arm, sidearm, and the ball sails. So it'll be an error. And you have Desmond at first and Bryce Harper coming up. The first Dodger error, Washington has committed 2. Bryce Harper singled and grounded out, flied out and singled, struck out and singled. So he has 3 hits in 6 at-bats. Harper hitting .272. He has 11 home runs, 29 runs batted in, missed a lot of games, bad thumb. 1 ball and 1 strike. Harper missed 57 games, injuring his left thumb. How did he do it? Head first dive on a triple. 1 ball and 1 strike. Boy, if I owned a ball club, if I managed a team, the very first thing I would have in spring training, sliding pits. I would make these fellows learn to be major leaguers in running the bases and learn how to slide. 1-2. So Bryce, outstanding young player. kind of talking to himself. He would join a long list of major league players who have done that. Hard to believe he's 21 years old. He'll be 22 in October. 2-2. Bryce, great size, 6'3", 225. Been playing in the big leagues since 2012. One out in the 14th inning in a 5-5 tie. Big breaking ball. 3-2. Harper with power, held to singles today. Homered last night in the 7th inning against Kershaw. First home run and RBI by a left-handed batter against Clayton all year. 3-2. Time. An infield fly bothering Correa. Taking a lot of time, and Butera decides to go out and talk to him. Adam LaRoche on deck. Remember, LaRoche had the pinch hit 2-run home run in the 9th inning and had a big base hit in the 12th. He's only played a little bit, and he's got 4 RBIs, and he is waiting. 3-2 to Bryce Harper. Desmond at first. There he goes on ball 4. So the error by Turner now has put the Dodgers in a jam. 2 on, 1 out, and LaRoche coming up.
First baseman, number 25, Adam LaRoche.
Adam LaRoche, as we said, came in the 9th inning and hit the 2-run home run to left field. Only 15 of his over 200 career home runs have gone to left field. Then in the 11th inning, he was hit on the inside of the left elbow, stayed in the game, and singled in the 12th. Strike. Dodgers will have Puig, Gonzalez, and Uribe in the bottom of the 14th. 0-1. And that's going to be flared over third, down the line, and foul. And a cracked bat. You could hear that thing crack. Celery stalks at midnight. Adam will have to get another. Cracked bat, it could easily have been a double. Just foul by that much, a few inches. So Adam with a new stick and a no ball 2-strike count. Desmond at second, Harper at first. 1 away. And blocked, and over to third goes Desmond. So Correa trying to keep the ball down, bounced it, it got away. And now Washington with a go-ahead runner at third. Curveball in the dirt. It didn't hit the mitt. It hit Butera's chest and kicked away. And Desmond alertly takes third on what we assume would be a wild pitch. First and third, 1 out. 5-5 in the 14th. LaRoche with 4 RBIs, looking at a chance for a 5th. He has 74 RBIs right now. Breaking ball in the dirt, another scrambling stop by Butera. 2-2 to Adam LaRoche. 1 out, first at third. Correa wants Butera to go over the signs again. Two balls, two strikes. Tap at the shortstop. They will get one. They will not get two, and the run scores. The throw by Gordon was bounced to first because Harper, with his speed, was able to get in and break up the double play. So the error by Justin Turner gives Washington a lead of 6-5.
Baseman number 3 has Drupal Cabrera.
The wild pitch, of course, is also in the mix. Gordon trying to avoid Harper, but his throw was late. So the error compounded by the wild pitch, and Washington leads 6-5. As Drupal Cabrera, 1 hit, second baseman, checking in. Ground fouled, 0-1. Cabrera struck out and flied to right, singled and fouled out, sacrificed and flied to right. Cabrera 1 for 5, hitting .233. You hear individual voices now, conversations coming up out of the stands. 1-1. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. LaRoche at first, 2-1 to Cabrera, a run in. 6-5 Washington in the 14th inning. And a drive to right field. Puig going back, away back. This one is over the bullpen gate. So a 2-run home run by Roosevelt Cabrera, and that breaks it open. It is now 8-5 in favor of Washington. As Drupal hitting that one out, and in checking his RBIs, Cabrera's 5th home run of the year. He has 14 runs batted in. Pitch up and right out over the plate. He knew it was going to go a long way. So did Puig, and it winds up in the bullpen. So it's a 3-run 14th inning. Dodgers are down 8-5. So the error, the wild pitch, and a good ball club taking chances with it. Crawford is there for this one, and that is the final out in the 14th. But 3 big runs, 1 hit. An error was a big play, and we're going to the bottom of the 14th, 8-5 Washington. experience, 8 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors for Washington. And the Dodgers squandering opportunities in the 10th and the 11th inning, then being saved in the 12th, only to see it get away and the big home run by Cabrera. So 3 runs, 1 hit. There was the big error and the wild pitch. Now for the Dodgers, Puig, Gonzalez, and Uribe trying to get it back against Treinen. We're wondering about Scott Van Slyke. We have him listed as the only player. However, he might be on maternity leave. And that's why we keep having his name in front of us. But he has pretty well tweeted waiting for his 2nd son. So that's why he's not here. This game might continue until that boy arrives. 8-5 favor of Washington, and here's Puig. He has 2 hits in 6 at-bats. So Treinen with a chance to pick up a victory now. Going to work on Puig. Oh and 1. Treinen 1 win, 3 losses. Only in his 12th game. One ball and 1 strike. Doesn't make any difference who wins the game. There's going to be 2 very tired ball clubs. 1 and 2. Fortunately for each team, tomorrow is an off day, although with the Washington Nationals, they'll spend a good portion of it, I think, in bed. Matt Williams' club, if they win it here in the 14th, still have a long night ahead of them to go back to Washington. 1 and 2. High bouncer to the right side, Cabrera. So Puig, rounding out, winds up 2 for 7.
Adrian Gonzalez.
Another reason the Dodgers have been struggling, D. Gordon, for instance, had 2 hits, 2 for 7. Puig 2 for 7. But the other 5 at-bats have not done very much. That's collectively 10 outs in the top 2 spots. And then Adrian Gonzalez has had one of his longest offensive games all year. He is 0 for 6 and had that big at bat in the 10th inning against Xavier Cedeno with 1 out and struck out with the bases loaded. That was a huge moment. Dodgers could have gone home on a fly ball. And then after Gonzalez struck out, Uribe came up, bases loaded, 2 out, and he struck out. And then the old story for the Dodgers, the repeat for the West Coast, because they came right back in the 11th inning and had the bases loaded with 1 out, and Butera fouled out, and Gordon struck out. 2 and 1. And there's the base hit they needed way back when. So Gonzalez 1 for 7 with a base hit, and Juan Uribe coming up. Ramirez, Rojas, and Ethier all occupied the number 4 slot. And finally, base hit by Uribe in the 12th inning. It was a grass-cutting ground ball to right field. And then Crawford came up and saved the moment with the home run over the center field fence. Ball 1. Blake Treinen, Kansas boy, trying to pick up his 2nd win. One and 0. That's a strike. 1 and 1. 1-2. Eight runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors for Washington. Dodgers 5 runs, 13 hits, and 1 error. Pitch off the plate. Uribe goes down. 2 out in the 14th. And the batter, Carl Crawford.
Left fielder number 3, Carl Crawford.
Carl Crawford today, single, double, and a home run. Coming into this game, he was hitting .407 in his last 19 games. So now he needs a triple for the cycle, the toughest of all. With 119 in his career, we'll see. And a strike, 0-1. Crawford looked like he stumbled trying to stride into that pitch. Of course, there have been so many hitters, so many innings, the mound and the batter's box pretty well chewed up. Bouncer to short. This could be it. Desmond to first, and it is over. 8 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors for Washington. 5 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers, who failed to pick up since the Giants had lost earlier in the day. Trinan picks up the win. Correa, the loss. Certainly the player of the game would have to be Adam LaRoche. Came off the bench to hit that big home run in the 9th inning. Then he came up in the 12th inning, and LaRoche got a base hit. And finally, to cap off the day, LaRoche then had a little ground ball to Justin Turner, and on the 4th play, he was able to beat the throw to wind up with a 4 RBI game. So that'll be enough for today, I would think. Time of game, 5 hours and 34 minutes. Washington beats the Dodgers. Dodgers remain 2 in front of the Giants. Talk to you tomorrow night. Till then, we wish you all good evening, everybody.